Oh, I'm gonna check to see if that works. Click, buddy. Man. Yeah, new bag smell. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that's that piece. That's right, we ordered a picture. Let's welcome in, Joy. How are you? Oh, thank you for the subscription. That's what that does? That's a terrible notification. Where's the other notification? 8 months. Oh, I've known you for 8 months. Oh, we almost had a baby together. Look at that. It's been a long time. Is that not? I'm good. I am good. Hey, Dark, welcome in. Whoops. Cells. Storm. What is it again? Cell? Oh, I grew a purple one. That's good. Wish we got a bug net. What up, Blick? Chow. This guy Italian. Nice. You're literally 2 seconds awake. The notification woke you up. Turn your notifications down. Some sleep. Kind of a weird place to put a snowman. It's gonna actually let me dig that one spot, huh? Got it. And the snowball's back here this time. Perfect. Alright, let's just check everywhere else. Well, among other reasons. You lose a shenanigan streak. That's like trying to win a lottery or something, man. Trying to keep a history. It's hard. That one's pretty tough. I'll have to admit that. That's pretty close. Why are you not letting me put these together? It wouldn't let me put it the other way. It literally wouldn't let me put it. Oh. What the heck? So it let me put them upside down because it wouldn't let me. Alright, whatever. You look funny, snowman. Huh. Alright, what's the question? Did that auto mod your stream? No, I think it showed it. Yeah, it showed it in chat. Yeah, it's in channel. Is that what you're asking? Wait, what are those? Did I drop flowers on the outside of this fence? I don't remember. I might have done that. Did I do that? Oh, no, I don't remember. Did I do that? I could have done that. I can't remember. Anyhow, let's finish finding our fossils. Yeah, I kind of think I put them there. I just can't remember. Should have brought them up here. That's what I was asking. It's the app that won't show the streak messages in chat. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about the app. I don't use the app. I probably should look into it though and see how that thing works, but I don't want to. I mean, most of the times, you know, I use my tablet and I'll watch somebody. I'll lay in bed or something. Watch my joyful designs, crafting cards while I lay there in bed. And try to figure out how come it doesn't let me type properly. Ad break. So you know the deal. You don't want to pay Twitch. Don't pay Twitch. You're going to watch ads. If you want to pay Twitch, pay Twitch. Then you don't have to watch ads. It's cold. It's actually warming up here. It's actually going to rain for a few days, but be warm enough. So I guess I'm going to take it. Oh, sorry, mouse. Yeah. Never too busy not to check up on you, Dora. You're like my favorite little mouse. That I would have never known was a female if nobody ever said you were a female. So I guess I'm the bad guy who didn't know. $31. Oh, you can get a tan at 31. Oh. Must be nice running around there in a bathing suit. Smoking hot. I just realized that might have two different meanings, so take it any way you want. Now that I'm thinking about how that was said. Wait, didn't I plant? Where did I plant those purple ones? Roxy has been doing the upside down scooter do run outside. Legs going full speed. She doesn't move. Scooby-Doo run. Upside down. Wait, did you say upside down? No, you said, okay, outside. I'm trying to picture that. Running at full speed and not going anywhere. Got it. Scooby-Doo is good times, man. Good times. So the boys out boating today in the heat. Now that all the ladies are out. Are her nails cut too short? Privet. What the hell? I don't remember where I planted those purple flowers. Wait, which one is that? Earn bells by selling items. Sell a hot item. Hot items, me. Oh, yeah. Oh, face. Oh, face Isabel. That's what I need. I need an old face Isabel statue. Plain cupcakes. So then if you cut her nails, she should be able to grip the floor. Get over, get over, get over. Yeah, I got laundry in the washer myself. I'm gonna go to the doctor tomorrow. Memory test. What's your name? I have no clue, lady. So I'm doing a memory test. You need to make plain cupcakes. Yeah, it's usually because the nails are too long. Well, I don't think I have that robe or the skirt. There. Need to check the, oh man. And welcome in. How are you? I'm okay. Thank you for asking. Okay. Lots of laughs. You're welcome, Dark. What was it? Plain cupcakes? Sugar and flour. Okay. And the other one was... No, sugar and flour. Oh, I was gonna check the bugs. Oh, let's see what bugs we have. Corn Dynasty. Okay. Oops. No. I didn't see a message about the ornament trees. We could do tiger. Oh, I don't have enough great purple emperors. What do you mean we're gone this morning? Hey, Shenanigans, what's up, buddy? Welcome in. You mean, oh, the ones in your yard or whatever? On the 7th or whatever? Oh, you want me to farm ornaments? Okay. Why don't you just say farm ornaments? They'll be gone tomorrow. It's so complicated. Can't women just give simple answers? Well, I better check. I don't even know if they're on my island anymore. We're doing plain cupcakes, right? No. What is no? No what? I don't get it. What was no? Shoot, man, come on. Okay, so I should, well, let me look. Okay, hold on. I got to make 3 items. So let me check. It might be ornaments. We'll just rip the ornaments really quick. And then maybe I can go get some more. Let's see. Have I made this item? No. All right, so 9. That's red. That's a lot. So let me rip these 2. We'll just grab stacks of ornaments, wood, and what was the other one? Clay? Alright, let's just go rip some stuff. And then we'll see how many ornaments we need. Oh wait, I said wood and clay. Well, I could use gold. 60 is probably plenty though. Yeah, I could probably farm a few. It's not gonna hurt. So everybody having a good day? Joy's getting ready to be going home, and she's probably cleaning up and doing all the fun stuff while everybody's out. You got a good nap in. There's the purple ones, and look at that. One actually blossomed right here. That's what I'm talking about. We had one successful spawn there. These aren't doing so well. a feeling I already did the rice grasshopper, but whatever. Okay, so that short is now up finally. What was I doing? Oh, selling and buying. That's right. We were going to sell the one thing and buy. Sell the hot item, which is this plain cupcake. I gotta go get some fruit. Oh, come on. I don't want to keep gathering crap. Well, I gotta do the beach thing anyway and find that pattern, so I might as well start picking up shells. Thought I heard something. I was wrong. Which many times I am. I'm normally wrong. Ooh, it's from Cherry. Sherry. Hanging terrarium. Hanging terrariums are like spider dens waiting to happen. Yes, they are. Yeah, it's more than 10. Haven't seen Mo today. Or Audie. Or Penelope. And I gotta grab some fruit. Oh, we're gonna go into Crazyville's house. Oh, she's cooking something, thank God. Look at that, I got a fruit scone recipe from a chic chef. We didn't talk to Gladys or Astrid either. Oh, she's not there. And we need a koi. That's not a koi. Not a koi. I think all that's left is the fox. We gotta find us a fox. And I didn't talk to her either. $2,500. All right. So what you cleaning today, Joy? Or what you drawing today, actually? So, did you get to... Were you watching Layers with Lily today at all dark? Or Shenanigans? Either one of you two, if you're still here. He was in court at the time. Did you see... Okay, so you didn't see the conversation about NextBie. NEXBIE. Which is Creality's store where they're selling designers printed objects that they make, I guess. Have you heard anything about that or not? Is I guess the question. Okay, it's called Next B. Um, oh, I don't have that much money. Hold on a minute. 95896. Right, but they're setting up a shop where they will pay designers commercial licensing, and then they're turning around and selling the printed items. They talked about it a little bit today on Lily's stream with Pezliz. And I guess a lot of the 3D companies are doing that, and I guess people like Bob and Bearded Printer have already been approached by the company. But yeah, look into it, and we should have a conversation about it, because part of me is a little mixed on that one. I feel like it's a way that the company benefits, but I don't know if the 3D designer is going to benefit fully. Because the way I understood it was they will pay your commercial license to be able to print your design, so your $10 a month or whatever. But then they can sell hundreds of them at $20, $30 a month or an item, and you're only getting the $10 if it's a successful item or whatever, which I think is kind of, to me, if that's the case, it would be like, it kind of, I think it screws the designer out of potential revenues. But I don't know how it works, but you should look into it. It looks rather interesting. Okay, you guys need to quit giving me stuff every time I keep giving you. You know what? Hold on. If I do that, they're going to keep giving me items. I don't need items right now. Yeah, it's NEXBIE was the thing. And they're running a full-blown shop of people's 3D printed objects that they're paying licensing on. No, I already talked to her. Yeah, but doesn't STL Flicks not give credit to the designer? Like, I think when STL Flicks, from what I understood, what I was listening to, when they put something up, say they do one of your prints, they don't even tell them it's your print. They just show, your object and license it, right? Correct. I think that's the way I understood that conversation. Don't quote me on that, because I'm not 100% sure. You'd have to look into that. And I don't know how the Creality one works, because I'm not fully aware of it. But I was in there today listening to it, and it was a brief conversation. Pezliz was of the approach that, if no credit's given, she didn't like it. Other people were like, well, they've already been approached, and, whatever. I look at it as kind of, could be either way. From an accounting perspective, it's kind of a negative as well as a positive, right? The only problem is, if I go to, I don't know, what is it, Thangs or something, and I pay a monthly subscription to Bob's thing, a commercial license to Bob's account or whatever, then I can print anything he owns. Well, that's an advantage for the person who pays the license and is putting out the product. So if each keychain I sell is 20 bucks, you know, and I paid you a $15 a month license, well, I'm already making that money back. Plus, you know, you're only making 15 bucks. I mean, if that's the way that works, that would be terrible, in my opinion. But I really don't know. That's why I just threw it out there just to, you know, there's a new game in town or player in town. Check it out. And then one day I'll listen to one of your streams and you can tell me all about it. Right, because Liz was saying something like she already saw, you know, somebody was selling an item, but she knew the designer, knew it was so and so's make, but there was no credit given to the designer, and I was like, well, that's kind of crap. But like I said before, I've had that conversation before. It's a dog eat dog world. It's he who gets to sell it first wins. And if you don't protect your own hide, you know, you're going to lose anyway, kind of deal. And okay, I got a hypothetical. Here's a question for you 3D design people. Hypothetically speaking, is it, and I'm going to use your Kit Kat clacker as an example. Is it possible for me, just a random dude on the internet, to take a picture of your Kit Kat clacker, your clicker, put it into an AI generating program, design it, modify a few things in Fusion, and I can make my own? Because AI can do the heavy work and I can just modify a few tweaking parts, and then basically I copied your design. That today is completely possible, correct? Right, but that inner part is not relevant, because that's what I mean. Those are the parts that you can modify and tweak to do things. If it builds a shell, you can easily hollow the shell and do whatever you want. But I mean, ultimately, you could copy said object. Because there's nothing technically for me saying that I printed this rhinoceros, I scan it in, whatever, it makes an STL file, I modify a few things, and print it out and sell it. Well, technically I didn't create the original, but I modified it, but there's nothing stopping me from doing whatever I want to it, correct? Damn, come on. Dragonfly, come back. I didn't put my mark on it, but been told from multiple places that I should have. Would you be putting that on in your hypothetical? What do you mean, like a logo or something? No, this is Bob's. Okay, for example, this is Bob's rhinoceros. I have a file for it. I could tweak a couple things, take his logo off of it, whatever. You know, or scan it or photograph it. AI could do it. No, but I mean, in theories, if somebody can picture it, they can recreate it. Is basically my question. Logo or not, your logo can come off. You know what I mean? Like, if you designed this, and you built it, logos on it or not, all that, somebody can take a picture of it, upload it to Meshy AI, whatever it is, make a SketchUp, make a model of it, tweak a few things, and they've designed their own hippo based on your model. No problem. I mean, but that's how easy it is today, correct? Well, it doesn't matter what I reclass that as. It doesn't matter. If I'm a foreign company and I photograph that object and I make it and I sell it, it doesn't matter what it's called. I have a toy rhinoceros that I'm printing and selling. That's all that matters in that hypothetical. Doesn't matter if I paid a license. It doesn't matter if I had permission. It's the first person who gets it to market wins. If I can sell 100 million of them, 100,000 of them, it's like, look at the Labubu thing and everybody 3D printing Labubus and selling knockoffs. You know, it's whoever sells and makes the most money first wins. It's not, and see, that's what the world has become, right? It's not about, nobody gives a crap who designed it, because they're more likely going to steal it anyway. It doesn't matter. Logo or not, you can put your logo on it all you want. But you cannot sit there. You can sit there and I could say, okay, well, I have this rhinoceros that I printed. It looks just like yours in a court of law. However, I made mine with AI. You can't prove otherwise. You see where the loophole is going? And then foreign company or country is selling millions of these and nothing you can do about it. Because by the time you lock me up in court in 3 years, I already made enough money off of it, whatever. You're just going to get stuck with court costs. All for a simple $10 commercial license. You see where this is going? To me, there's a lot of loopholes and legalities that I think a lot of these places are getting by. Where if it was me personally, if I'm not getting paid on every item sold, then you're not printing my crap. Because if you print one and you sell it for 20 bucks, I get my 10%, 20%, whatever. I'm getting paid on every item sold. Not one license to do as many as you want. I'm getting paid on every item sold. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste my time. Because you're going to make millions off of me, off of something that I designed, and I'm not even going to get credit. Screw that. Well, I know who that's going to. That's not going to me. But does that make sense? And the term remix is a 3D printer term just to say that, you know, so I don't get in trouble for copyright infringement. It's just to say that, hey, I didn't steal the idea, you know, I got it from here. That's all that is. That doesn't mean squat to nobody who's selling the product. Nobody gives a crap. They're going to sell it anyway. And I'm not trying to be the negative, cynical guy, but you know that's the nature of how it works. You can go to a dollar store, for Christ's sake. Look at some of the stuff in there. I'm sure they're already starting to sell 3D printed objects that come from some foreign entity. Yeah, that is exactly right, and that's the problem right there. The law has not caught up, and we've given AI kind of a free rein to take first and then beg forgiveness later. I'm sorry, you're a company who uses AI. You're ripping off artists. You're a company that gets treated as an individual. You're stealing. You're actively stealing to progress your software. You're stealing. You should be punishable for theft. But we are giving them free rein to do whatever we want. So I, foreign company, have access to thousands of files. I'm going to print them. I'm going to sell them. Good luck trying to stop me. I'm going to make billions while you cry about not getting your $10. Go right ahead. And I used your AI engine to do it. That's like, you know, the thing with art. Like, I've seen a lot of artists now who are saying they created something. Just because you created an image in AI doesn't necessarily mean you created it. You may have had the idea for it, but just because you put it out and stamp your name on it, well, that's another legal issue, right? Damn, I drank that way too fast. Tell me that's not close enough, dude? Come on. Open your mouth. Put that hook in there. Let's go. AI Spotify thing? No, not at all. Are we talking about music being created by AI? Because that's about to hurt artists huge. It's going to put artists out of business. Big time. And I'm not for not playing, you know, listening to AI music, nothing. Oh yeah, no, I've heard. No, okay, yeah, I've heard about that. I'm not for that. But as a musician, or person who's played music, and I'm sure you have too, if I have AI create a song, I mean, it's the same as whatever app everybody's using to create their opening theme songs for their channel. That's all AI created, right? Right? That's no different than uploading it to Spotify. When you create a theme song for your channel, you know, and most of it I think is free. You're not paying anybody. Well, from the artist perspective, when you use an image that you didn't use but AI created, you screwed an artist out of revenue. In the music world, you create something, you created it with AI. Technically, you're the person who created it, but you're still screwing somebody out of money somewhere, right? But that's the whole nature of the world. It's, why would I pay for something if I can find a workaround and get it for free? Why would I pay like software fees or licensing for a year when I can just make a new account and get it free for a year every time? There's so many workarounds. People will find the cheapest way to do things to get ahead because the world is so expensive, right? And I fully agree with that. I totally understand that logic. It's like, yeah, I agree with that. But at the same time, the more people use AI, whether it be music, art, creating whatever, you're taking a job away from a graphic designer and artist who's probably nowadays, half of them are probably using AI themselves. But it's kind of a weird dynamic, right? The dichotomy of it says, hey, I can make a really rad thing for free using AI, not thinking of the downturn. If 100,000 people do it, how many jobs were lost in that process, right? Every time I upload an image to make something in an AI-driven software, who am I screwing, right? Yeah, but if you're the graphic designer, that's the thing, right? So if you're the person uploading music to Spotify, and you sat there and you created the music using AI, tweaked a few things, whatever, and you're a sound engineer, did you create that yourself, or you're using software to do it for you? See, it really comes down to how you look at what AI is, right? If AI is just software used to make your day more convenient, is there anything wrong with it? Right? Because if company A puts out AI software that you can use to build songs, and you build a song, did you do anything wrong? You just created software, you created a song using their AI, right? It becomes the morality part comes with the part of you then turning around, selling it, posting it, doing whatever else with it. That's where I think the morality comes in. But logically, what's right and what's wrong right there? I mean, if I have a computer program that lets me create, say, item in this game, and I create an item that I put in this game, I designed it using whatever program, is that wrong? See, that's where the big argument is, because I've listened to a lot of artists who will die on that fence. Who, it's basically, they will not use AI for anything because you're screwing artists over, right? But at the same time, they use AI for other things, and you're a hypocrite. You need, it's like you have to pick the side you're on. If world is going into right, and see that's the logic, right? Shenanigans. That's perfectly logic. If you sat there and you used a computer program to create, say you made an 8-second video. You did it with AI, which is creating it based on whatever criteria or whatever you put in it. What's technically wrong with that? Right? You sat down, you took the time to create something, etc., right? It's going to a library of assets. Say, I don't know, if you upload the images and it mashes them all together, that's totally, you're providing the assets, right? But what artists complain about is, if I upload my pictures to, say, some social media site. They have the ability, right, they have the ability to use my work without my consent to feed their AI engine, which is technically not okay, right? But at the same time, right, and I agree with that. See, and that's where the problem lies. Like, everybody's complaining because somebody's getting screwed out of a job, we'll say, right? But if the software now is so advanced because Murphy's Law states, you know, every time we upgrade processor, it's going to double, you know, and things get processed faster, whatever. Back on my Commodore 64, it would have taken me a month to make an 8-second video. On my current, you know, 4080 graphics card, it'll take me 30 seconds. That's not my problem, right? It's just convenience. Right? But there has been a lot of stink about AI, but AI is here and you can't do anything about it. I mean, it's already, you know, there's what, like chat AIs, like Chat GPT, there's, you know, whatever AI for pictures and images, AIs for music, AIs for fake news. You know, that's the one that I think is wrong. That news part, that's totally wrong. Don't make up phony articles. I mean, come on, that's stupid. But the other stuff is just making life simpler. But I've been watching this one guy who does art, do YouTube videos, and man, he is going hard at people who use AI. And I'm like, well, buddy, you know, you made this video, but you're using video editing software, you're using stuff on your phone. Well, that's all controlled by AI too, so which hill are you dying on? It's okay. You know what I mean? It's like AI is here. And that's why, you know, that in that hypothetical, if I took a picture of somebody's object and turned around and rebuilt it in AI, you know, can anything done? Now, if I was a person that sent my stuff out to somebody to create it for me, oh yeah, no. I mean, you know, and that's the thing too, right? Like, there's been AI is here to stay, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. I mean, they're even talking about giving AI rights, right? Like, some of these AI engines, they're almost going to give him rights like a person, like we do. Like in a court of law, corporations are considered a person, right? So they can be punished and fined, etc., like a human being. They're talking about doing the same thing with AI, which technically means if you give an AI engine rights, you can't shut it off. You can't kill it, right? Which is then dangerous. And that I read an article on that, or actually there was a thing on the TV about that. There was a commercial about it here in Canada saying don't do this. You know, some governor or whoever says, hey, don't do this because that's a problem. But it is a problem, right? Because at the point you give AI, an AI engine, human rights, you can't turn it off. And if you can't turn it off, if it gets, it's technically software. If it gets out of control, you're in trouble. So it's kind of weird because some of the stuff in media today, you know, it's interesting because there's so many people who take the negative and automatically attack people who use AI and go out of their way to, you know, smash them, turn against them, whatever. And it's foolish. It's all foolish, right? I mean, they're wasting their time picking a fight that you're not going to win. You know, but I mean, but then the thing is too, like, you look at all these, and for the sake of conversation, I'm just going to say Twitch streamers who are anti-AI. but you're streaming on a platform that's pro AI. You're streaming on a platform that's been caught using AI to make videos. You're streaming on a platform, you know, that has its own AI engine. I mean, come on, seriously? The world is, you know, evolving at such a rapid pace. AI is its new baby. And to put, you know, to have such a negative view on technological growth, you're going to end up hurting yourself in the long run, because it's very hypocritical and you're just going to look bad. But I think AI is a, you know, like I remember I had that talk with Free Heathen. I think about a year and a half ago, he started using ChatGPT. And I'm a writer. I write, you know. Him not so much, but he uses ChatGPT to, you know, check his essays or whatever. He's putting out emails, whatever. He's increasing his skill, doing something that he can't normally do. What's the problem? Right? I don't see the problem in that. If it's helping you get better, and you're actually having to sit there and learn something about how it works, what is the problem? Just because you don't have the ability or can't write something, you know, or draw something or whatever, and it's helping you, what's the problem, right? See, AI has crap, what was I making? I can't remember. Net. Yeah. AI has the ability to help tons of things. Hell, I've been looking at, I get pop-ups. Anybody seen these pop-ups for like, oh my God, they're on YouTube like crazy. Pop-ups for, you know how you like looking at shorts and something will pop, advertisement. You get pop-ups for like these AI girlfriends or whatever, which I think is totally crazy. But I may have to do that. I'm just kidding, but it's crazy, but it's funny at the same time. Crazy. But yeah, so back to the earlier conversation. Yeah, I would check out that Nextp. You know, it's going to be an interesting thing now that companies are selling stuff that you're making. Hopefully, you know, they give credit where credit is due. No. I know. I totally understand that. And remember, a lot of times when I'm talking, I talk as the devil's advocate, so I play both sides. But no, I totally understand that. And I wouldn't think anything otherwise, negative otherwise, of any streamer who uses AI for whatever. As an artist, I look at AI referenced images all the time to understand how to draw people, and, you know, it's not hurting anybody. Flick. But I don't know about the AI loading up AI music that you create and selling it. See, that's where I think the legality part is slow to catch up, and whether or not you have the right to sell something you create with AI, because you're really not creating it, right? But I don't know. Because I know in the art world that's a big problem right now, is people are putting a stand against people who are using AI to sell products. But, you know, I mean, in seriousness, if I sit down and created it in Adobe, say I created a picture in Adobe Photoshop and I sold it, versus I created a picture in AI and sold it, both are software on my computer. What's the difference? Right? Just because it says AI, or just because it uses a different algorithm to, you know what I mean? It's like, and that's the one I don't understand, like where that ground should split. Because if you use some software, It's like if you wanted to be a big streamer. Had you started out at the beginning of COVID, most of those people hit big pretty quick because there was nothing anybody could do. Everybody got thrown into that basket, right? It's the same thing. You know, if you would have got out to platforms like right now, it's like, basically if you get on TikTok, that's the way to get everything else to grow, right? Okay, so let me ask you this question. If I write a poem and I put it in AI to say, okay, I need music to it. I wrote the poem, I wrote the lyrics, right? And I sold it, so I'm technically selling my lyrics just because AI is making the music. It's a music program that's creating sounds for me. What's the problem there? Creators that do outsource and switch to AI is technically taking jobs. Yeah, I could see that. Right? So I guess that's the question I don't understand. If I personally write a poem and I put it into a program that then turns around and puts a pop song to it, makes a song, am I wrong? Or is that the problem? They're selling it and people are pissed off that they're selling it because they didn't make the music? But they wrote the lyric, right? But they didn't make the music? The funny part too, even in a band scenario, most of the time the music, it's only the songwriter who technically gets paid royalty because he wrote the lyric. It doesn't matter what the music is. So yeah, I'm not sure on that one. If that's the case, that's interesting though. Oh, so you're just putting in like, write a song. My wife left me, the dog died, and I broke my pickup truck, and it creates you a song, and then they're selling that song. That's where the argument hasn't been legally defined yet. And I don't know, and I personally don't know if you're asking me personally, I wouldn't know how to respond to that. Like, I don't know if I'm okay with it or I'm not okay with it, because if you have a program that will create anything for you, it's like when I started this 3D printer process, thank God it doesn't let me print in silicone, right? Because if a 3D printer would let me print a life-size silicone model, I'd print the perfect AI woman every time. Oh, you're talking about using AI to help you code. Yeah, and that's another thing too, because that's caused. Well, don't tell me to buy the Gigastorm if it prints silicone, man. Don't do it. I'll be making desk-sized models all day long on my desk. I'll have busts of busts behind me for days, man. I'd be in trouble. See, that's the question, right? So it depends on the person, right? I have a hard time with it, like in the computer gaming side or in the programming side, because the ability for AI to make code, like say for example, Dark makes code for his thing, right? And I'm a programmer. He's not. He's just doing whatever. If he has AI make his entire code, and then turns around and gives it to a programmer and says, "Hey, can you clean this up?" And they'll go through and clean it up, give it back, and everything will work. Did what just happened there, right? You basically, whoever normally would have to sit there and code that month-long process, you know, to learn how to code. Yes, and see, that's an interesting one, because in the gaming side of the house, or in the software side of the house, that's actually put a lot of programmers out of jobs, because companies have got to the point where they say, hey, we need X, Y, and Z made, like we'll say Stream Deck. We're building a Stream Deck. We need this. Have AI code it. Have one person check it, clean it up. The rest of the 50 of you guys programmers, we no longer need you. See you later. That's the problem that's going on in the computer side of the house. From a personal perspective, I'm a programmer, basic programmer, whatever, new to it, whatever. If it helps a person get better or learn something, how is it any different than a teaching aid, right? If it teaches you C++, C#, C++, whatever program language you're using in, if it teaches you the basics of how to do that, and then you can go in and, you know, okay, well, something didn't work. Let me go through and check the loops. Let me go through and, you know, check the if statements, fix the mistakes, you know. What's the problem with that, right? You're doing it at a personal level, no problem, right? The problem everybody, I think, cries about is the fact that the personal level then becomes, I turn around and I'm selling it. But you didn't do anything technically. You didn't program it from the ground up. You didn't. And I had that argument. I had that argument with websites, you know, because I do websites and stuff. So I can build a website from the ground up. Nowadays, everybody's using website tools that build your website for you. Yes, I'm an accountant, or was an accountant, and a programmer. Remember, I have three degrees. I have a bachelor's in English, I have a bachelor's in commerce and accounting, and I have a bachelor's in computer science and business administration. So I can program the accounting software that we use to do whatever. And write the tech manual. Your quarters are due. But you know what I mean? But right, and see, that's the problem, right, Dark? That's the issue, right? Because people don't see both sides of that coin. They see the one the hill they want to die on. If I use AI as a programmer to get me the base coding down, you know, take video game character right here. Every time I hit A, he does an action. There's nothing, you know, I'm not coding that from scratch, but it's not putting somebody on a job because I'm building it myself. Even though I'm using AI to build it. But, you know, the problem is it's putting people out of jobs, and artists are pissed because it's taking away from artists doing work, right? But AI can basically make a whole animated movie. And what can you do about that, right? And is it putting an artist out of work, or does somebody just figure out, hey, I can use this software to do that, and I'm gonna save a crap load of costs? And you know, it really depends on how picky people are, right? But I think if anybody's worried about putting people out of work, you should go at the shareholders, you know, more than you should go at a computer software. Shareholders have been bad, you know, pocketing money for years, and you know, every time they need more money, it's cut some staff. Well, why not cut them at the top? And you know, yeah, I haven't really played with it. I've only looked into it as far as like getting references for things that I may want to draw in the future. Like if I can't find a suitable image somewhere, or if I can't take one myself, then, you know, I'll look at something and say, hey, you know, I need an image of a pumpkin, how to do it, right? Where the hell is that? There's a balloon somewhere. I can totally hear it. But I just popped one. There it is. See, I knew I could hear it. Right, but the code, right? And that's a good thing. Like, you know, like and I could do did that using that let me guess. Hold on. You use the Raspberry Pi to create your light show. Was that code created from AI to get the initial base of that code? Yeah, that's awesome. It's actually awesome. Yeah, see, it's kind of interesting because I guess if I had to put an official statement from Gigi saying what he doesn't like about AI, my thing would be with the companies mistreating the use of it. Give me credit for what I've created. Don't take it without my consent. That would be my biggest pet peeve. If you want to create a picture of Mickey Mouse using AI, go right the hell ahead. But give credit to where credit is due, right? Other than that, don't just steal from me what I created. But the other part too is if you think of like AI as far as like because you're talking about using like ChatGPT or something. Well, it's built into their spell checker in Word, Microsoft Word. AI is built into almost every Office program we use today. Not much you can do about it. Right? So like, that's the other thing too. Anybody who's ever used a Notepad, Word, Adobe that's got a spell checking option in there, well, that's all AI generated today. You're gonna argue against that. Well, you use AI every day. It's kind of, and that's what I mean. I think most people, when they pick the fight against AI, they don't realize how much they actually use it in their daily lives, right? That's like if you say, okay Siri, or okay Google, or Alexa, how long do I put a 15-pound roast in the oven? And it goes and gets you an answer. You just used AI. You know what I mean? Fought them to get my son back in school while the office beside them questioned me why he isn't in school. Why couldn't he? Why wasn't he in school? Or why he wasn't allowed in school? And they were finding you. Wait, hold on. They were finding you because your kid wasn't at school? That doesn't make sense. You do that, you'll have Gordon Ramsay banging on your door telling you stole his warning. Yeah, Gordon Ramsay probably tell you how to do it correctly. They probably use all his videos anyway to tell you how long to cook a roast. But yeah, it's really interesting because I've heard a lot lately about people getting upset or doing this or that, but I don't think people have seriously looked at all the conveniences that we use today that are basically AI. I mean, almost anything nowadays, if you ask any program with a voice activated whatever, that's all AI controlled. Your phone is completely almost AI controlled. Yeah, he would. I'm sorry, but if you're that's that shenanigans, that crap right there with school boards. It's already hard enough to get kids to enjoy school. And if a kid is sick or whatever for medical, that's foolish. That's somebody with conservative power trip doing something foolish. Because at no point in that whole argument, I guarantee you, did anybody sit there and say what was best for the child? Oh, so don't tell me AI, you're the reason why I keep buying M&Ms. Oh, man. Well, speaking of grocery list, I got to make a grocery list for tomorrow. Yeah, but AI is here to stay. I mean, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. But I do enjoy watching people panic and lose their crap over, AI and it's always easy too. It's a lot of people I think make the mistake they blame AI for the loss of jobs. It's not AI that lost your job. It's the poor management and the shareholders. It's the people making large sums of money who need to keep making large sums of money, and you're all expendable. That's where the actual loss is. It's not. But I do find it funny when, like you read some of those stories where managers are using AI to make their executive decisions because they can't tell you, how to properly do a financial budget report, even though they went to years of school for it, supposedly. That to me is hilarious. It's like, man, you got to have somebody who has some skill. It's like that whole learning to use a compass in a map, right? Why would you use a compass in a map when you have GPS? Well, you learn the basic skill of how to use a compass in a map because what happens when technology fails, right? That's what the whole point of it, right? So, and that's the other thing you can look at. You could technically say, as a person who uses AI to learn how to code something, you're basically taking a computer course, learning how to program, right? Like, and the prime example would be like, you may not know the hooks or the brackets, how to set up a web page properly, or you may not know how to, whether it's like, I don't know if you guys are using integers, or how to label, your variables or whatever. But that's no different than sitting down and looking in a book or an encyclopedia and saying, okay, I need when I press A, turn this light on. There's nothing, looking that up manually or, saying or verbally talking to a machine and letting it do it for you or putting in props. It's the same as looking. It's the same as learning something, right? I just prefer books. I mean, I have books. I still prefer paperback. You know, even though nowadays it's you know, everything's right here on that screen, but I still have coding books. You know, I got some sitting right there on JavaScript, jQuery, PHP, MySQL. You know, HTML5, CSS3. You know, I still prefer reading a book, even though that book was published 5 years ago and is obsolete. You know, I still enjoy looking at a book when it's so much easier for today to just saying, okay, you know, I need website display a paragraph of this text, whatever, blah, 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 and you just get it like that, right? Instead of looking up, okay, you know, bracket P, bracket, you know, code, whatever, right? But yeah, I need an intro song. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, but the problem with the internet, it may not get updated correctly, is the other problem. And see, that's where I think people are complaining. You know, like you hear a lot of people talk about economic failures in the economy due to AI. You can use AI to create a projection of where the world trend is going, right? It's like reading any other spreadsheet. It's like reading any other document. It's like any other data set. But if you're the manager who can't understand, or you make assessments based on only one source of data, that you're assuming that this is right, and that's not what happens. You know, if the price of corn is not going up in Wisconsin, you know, because they only sell pumpkins, well, if you don't have more common sense than what the, you know, to double check, or you know, whatever, that's not AI's problem. It's your problem. You put all your eggs in that basket. You better check. No, I know Wisconsin probably sells corn too. Hey, Retro Maker. I don't know if I said hello. You know the funny part about taxes? Here, you want to honestly know the funny part about taxes? And I'm going to use Canada here as an example. Our government, our tax agency, the revenue agency for Canada, CRA, can already do your taxes for you every year. All your data is already uploaded. When I go to the Walmart and buy my tax software that I'm going to use for this year that has the new rules, and I go to sit down and start doing my taxes, one option is to click a direct link to the government and download all my forms, and my taxes are done. Because it will pull all my data that I've worked, whatever, all of it's there, and it will populate my program, and I'm done in like less than 5 minutes. I am done. All I have to do is account for my outside stuff that isn't recorded that way. But governments nowadays can basically do everybody's taxes. And that's how they know when you're lying, because all data is reported to the government already. The only thing it can't do is check your Etsy shop, you know, or whatever you sell at a market. But everything else, it's done for you. You work for an employer, that's all filed. Well, see, yeah, then you're doing it on your own. But, you know, if you do that, if you're running the business and you're doing accounting software, say QuickBooks or Sage or whatever you're using, you can get the QuickBooks mobile edition, you know, take a picture of your receipt, it'll automatically do the correct journal entries. That's all AI done too. I mean, but, you know, that's all, that it's cool as crap. It saves accountants a ton of time, because at the end of the year, all it does is provide us with everything's already there on file. You know, it's funny here too, like even when we run small business, if as a sole proprietor, I'm going to use sole proprietor as an example, because I'm not talking about being incorporated, you know, or give that kind of advice. As a sole proprietor, you know, in your tax section, you just put whatever, you know, forms, numbers you make. There's really no check. But even there are programs that'll keep track of all that data for you. Shenanigans, that fuel reports. You can do it on your phone. There are accounting software packages that do all that stuff for you. You don't have to worry about it. You just have to put in, gas today, blah, 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 bam, journal entry done. It's done. And then when you go back and look at it, it'll create monthly expenditure reports. It'll create software today will just do everything for you. It was interesting because I went back, when I went back to take the computer science degree, I was working in accounting, and I had a lot of small businesses like mechanics and truckers and farmers and stuff like that. And I wanted to go back and say, you know what, let me go and design an app to make all this data transfer easy. So I went, took the courses, et cetera, et cetera. I can probably do all that, no problem. However, today, all that software is already there. I mean, don't need to do it, right? Yeah, it's just inconvenient, right? But it's there. But yeah, it's crazy what some softwares can do today that we... God, I still run strips. I've got boxes of manila folders sitting over here that I still go through and file paperwork. And then I got a paper shredder over here that I'm like, why do I keep this garbage nowadays? Because it's all right here on the computer. I no longer need any of that stuff. But it's crazy. I'm kind of old-fashioned, and I'm that weirdo who likes doing paper reports and whatever. But man, software does it for you now. AI will do it for you now. Yeah, Joy, you're definitely a weirdo. Yeah, but there's, it's weird because there's something about doing a spreadsheet by hand that just, I don't know, it's cool. For some reason, it's like I liked getting out the ruler, drawing my graphs, Okay, let me write in my reports for the month, blah, blah, blah. I enjoyed all that. But then, now that most programs can create the reports and all I have to do is change the template background, it's still the same thing, but I'm putting less amount of work into it. And that extra 20 hours I save every week to spend with my family, well, that's a little bit more rewarding than, me crunching numbers. Oh, that's going to be a long time before I can pop that balloon. But it's crazy. But yeah, I've watched some people. I've seen some people go off the deep end on this AI, and I'm kind of mixed by the results personally. But I mean, it's something that you can't fix. They're not going to. As long as you give credit where credit is due, that's the main part, right? Then it should be fine. What is chiming? I keep hearing a chime. Oh, you know what that is? Is that... Hold on, is that meteor shower? Yeah, that's the chime. Okay, I'm sitting here like, I hear this chiming sound and I don't know where it's coming from. It's the meteor shower. I forgot about that with all the snowflake sounds. But, the cool part is I get to go for a memory test tomorrow. I guess we get to find out if that cancer medicine rattled my brain. So I'm going to go in there tomorrow. The lady's going to say, okay, well, what's your name? And I'm like, who? And I'm going to say, well, I think my name's James Dean, to tell you the truth, but We shall see. What would you like me to call it? Oh, I'm going to totally screw with them. I'm totally going to screw with the lady tomorrow. You'll be like, oh yeah, let's do this. How old are you? Too old. I'm the oldest guy in this channel right now. That's too old. That's funny. Yeah, but you know, it's interesting because you know, I'm going to sit down this year. I'm gonna do an Instagram account, even though I'm anti, you know, whatever. And I guess I was having that conversation, I think with Joy the other night. You know, as an artist, if I put my stuff on Instagram, they're gonna use it for their AI engine. Ultimately, do I care? Is the question. You know, because I've got, I don't know, I'm old. You know, I'm not making millions off of any artwork I'm selling, so do I really care if it takes my picture and helps make art better? Do I really care? You know, it would be different if it took the one that I actually painted and then you know, but I have those. You know, like I have all the original. I don't care if it takes a scanned image and you know, I'll put a watermark on it, I guess, but it is funny though because I use Clip Studio Paint, and they actually tell you before you post anything online to watermark it. They are so anti, like, it's weird. It's like there must have been a big stink about using artist works, because even the software I use gives you a whole, you know, 3-page article on how to set it all up so you can protect your work online. And I'm like, cool. Do I care? I don't know. You know, it's like if I was like, and that's where it gets interesting, right? Because it comes down to personal, you know, whatever. It's like I know with fan art, I can draw images of fan art all I want. I just can't sell them, right? And that's where the problem starts, right? Because a lot of times people will, and that's where people think like, okay, well, you're basically using AI, which is taking art and creating a fan art piece, and then you're selling it. So technically, you're ripping off an artist. Okay, I can kind of see that argument. It's like, all right, that makes some sense. But at the same time, if I put in the prompts, you know, give me a petite, you know, petite female, brunette, you know, holding watermelons in a bikini, I'm either going to get watermelons in a bikini or I'm going to get a brunette in a bikini, right? And it then becomes, who cares? You know, I might have to actually draw that. That actually might be kind of funny. I might have to draw watermelons in a bikini. But it's kind of interesting, right? But as an artist, right? I'm at the point in my life where I'm getting older. I honestly don't care if people, you know, if you want to use my work as inspiration, cool. Just say, oh yeah, I saw Giggy do this and I wanted to do it, whatever. You know, that's cool. But if you're going to turn around and you sell something I made, and you know, that I'd be pissed off about. But other than that, I almost don't care anymore. It's like, who cares? You know, I'm not going to get to go to Mars. I'm not going to get to live on a space station. You know, I'm not going to get to do whatever. Who cares? But I can draw brunettes holding watermelons in a bikini. Whether it be the watermelon or the female, I don't know. Oh, did I say female or did I just say brunette holding a watermelon in a bikini? Because that could be a male or a female, huh? That's your next prompt, Joy. Fireman holding a watermelon in a bikini. Fruit, fireman, bathing suit. Go. Which one's getting a bathing suit? Oh, man. But yeah, I don't know where I stand anymore. You know, it's kind of like, as long as it's not screwing me over, I don't really care. Because technology, I mean, crap. The ability to have a computer in your pocket. How about no? That'd be a great prompt. Oh, she can read that. Well, I think I am going to do it. I think I am going to draw nurse fruit bathing suit. Yeah, I think I'm going to totally draw that. Whether it's the bathing suit on the female or bathing suit on the fruit, I don't know yet. But yeah, no, my brain is like racing over here like, oh yeah, I'm going to totally draw this. And I can totally sketch this out. And somebody give me an AI engine where I can go and put in an image and put that prompt in there and see what I get. I don't use them, so I don't know. Somebody could tell me where's a site I can put it in. I'll test it. No, watermelon. No. I'm going to draw nurse watermelon bikini and see what happens. And I want to see what AI does as well. Gemini. That's the Google one. Okay. Yeah, I don't use them, so I just look at the images. You know, it's funny because even in Google, if you type in, like, because a lot of times I will type in, I need hands holding something so I can get how that's supposed to look. Like I did that with the pumpkin girl. I wanted to know how hands holding a bowl, BOWL, how that looked, so I could get the hand position. When you type that into Google and it pulls up all those images, man, those aren't all hand drawn. Not a chance. Yeah, you know, and I've seen some with six fingers. I've seen some with 7 fingers. I've seen some with 2 left hands. I've seen so many images that are incorrect. And it's funny. But at the same time, you know, I was watching a guy, I think it was Sam Does Art. I think that's who I was watching. He's an artist on YouTube. And he was talking about like 10 things of how to become a better artist in whatever, you know, practice. Obviously, it's, you know, practice and 2 is learn anatomy, right? Like if you're going to try to draw things and do things that are difficult for you. Like I have a hard time drawing hands. So this year, like I've told myself, okay, I'm going to do sketches of hands. And I'm going to do sketches of faces, of chibis or whatever. And I'm going to learn how to do A, B, and C, right? Like I'm going to sit here and draw, you know, just draw faces all day long and say, okay, I'm going to be able to draw a face or a hand, right? But if you're the person who's using AI, you know darn well there's only 5 fingers on your hand. If it comes back with 7, it's wrong, right? Now, the problem is the people who are using AI and then turning around and selling AI aren't graphic artists, right? So they can't fix that mistake. But I have seen some now, and I don't know how I feel about it, right? Yeah, Dark, that was definitely caught that phrase. Have you seen the ring thief? Our warning now that looks like a six finger so that they caught on CTV. Fingers in. It didn't like the word fingers in. That one, I'm gonna leave it in auto mod, but I know it's not bad, but it's funny because it just, if somebody types that phrase, I could see where it caught it. Oh, six fingers in. And I think we all know that how it works. But anyhow, what were we talking about? Oh, yeah, the AI part, right? Like if you can't, and see that's where the problem lies. If a non-artist, digital artist, goes in and says makes an AI image and then puts a stamp on it that they created and sell it, and they can't fix the mistakes, it's obvious. But a digital artist can go in and then correct the mistakes. Except the problem is, in all digital art programs, if they take an AI image of the hands of a picture, they have to then recreate the entire picture in order to fix that one mistake. Right? It's not, you can't just go in and erase the hand out of an image. Well, now you can, I guess, with Gemini. Because isn't there new photo? Can't you do that with their Google's new photo thing? That you can circle some object in a photo and delete it out of the image? And it'll keep the background, supposedly? Or create the background behind it? Isn't their new phone do that or something? Or don't phones have that ability now? I think it was Google who put that out last year, with their Pixel line. Or it could be Apple. I'm not sure if it was Apple or Google. I think it was Google. But most digital artists don't have that ability to go in and take that hand out instantly and then fix it. Like you'd have to redraw the whole thing. Object array. Yeah, Samsung has it too. Like if, for example, if you take a picture of something, you have the ability to circle the picture on your phone and take that object out of it. Like say, for example, if I took a picture of something that had, I don't know, 6 fingers, and I circle the hand, it'll erase that hand right out of there, and then I can fix it or put a new one in there. But most digital artists, if they use an AI image, they can do it, right? They'd have to recreate the image. But most non-artists, they can't fix that mistake. And nowadays with your phone, you can... Crap, I don't even know how. I think, to me, if I take a picture, because the phone takes 5 to 10 pictures in rapid succession, all within a split second, if I go through and I circle, Shenanigan's face in this one because he had his eyes closed, and use the one where his eyes were open, versus, Joy, I made her 3 inches taller because my phone's can do that. Is that technically you're using AI there? Is that... Did you take that picture, or did you just create, you know what I mean? You're creating a perfect moment that you never actually took. Yeah, my note's way older than 20. Listen, what am I using here? I think Note 9, right? Hold on a minute. Wait, here's my phone. I think my phone's older than that, and I got to get a new phone this year. Yeah, mine's a Note 9. Mine's a little older. But nowadays, that's all that can all be done with your phone. Like you can go in and take a picture of something and change it on the fly, and that never was really there. Like you taking a picture of your family at a holiday, and somebody's eyes were closed, and it's like, oh, it took another picture. Let me use this image instead, right? Yours was the last one, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy a new what is it, 25 or S, whatever they're called now. I don't even know what it is. But they're all AI anyway, and I really don't care because it's a personal computer in my pocket. you know, it works. It looks up anything I want at any time. You know, even though I like doing some things old school, it's good to have it there too. I just don't want to drop the thousands of dollars on a phone. This is my problem. It's like selling your kids, man. Selling your kidneys to be able to have a phone. I always thought about buying one of those Flip Zs or whatever, the phones that fold, because you can actually prop them up on a table and use the camera features while it's in a half folded position. And I'm like, I kind of like that. But I don't know. Yeah, the world's a different place, and I feel like I'm going to be one of those old guys where it's going to fly right by me. Because some things I don't understand. And other things I totally get. But yeah, but most companies now who do gaming, they use AI to create placeholders within their game of assets they haven't yet created. I know, what is that, Claire Obscura or whatever it was, 33 or Expedition 33 or whatever it's called. They got hammered on one, or people got mad at one because they used like a telephone pole that had a bunch of newspaper pictures posted on it, and it was an AI generated image. But it was a placeholder because they put it in the working beta or whatever, in their alpha, because their artist hadn't got to the point of creating the actual image. And then once the artist made the image, they replaced it. But it was, see, and to me that's fine if you're doing that. That's not a problem. Vex the Flex, welcome in. How are you, buddy? But yeah, AI can do a lot of stuff. And I had a question, and maybe, and I want to say MakerWorld does it. If you use MakerWorld's AI tools to take your art and make a character out of it, I think, they give you the tagline to use that says it's made with this program or this AI thing. Like they give it to you, and you're supposed to put, if you display it, sell it, do whatever, that it was used using their program. Which I think is totally fine, because you're giving credit where credit is due. And I mean, they give you the credit tools to do that. Oh, shenanigans. I know what you should do now that I think about it. You remember you were talking about putting that train around your room? The train set built into the wall? If you're still here, do you remember that? I don't know if he's here. You know what you should do? Why don't you do it like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, man? Cut a thing and make a hole in the wall that comes from another room, and have an actual train come in like Mr. Rogers, like a trolley system that comes in, you know, brings in snacks or whatever, then can go back out to the kitchen. It'd be totally dope. That would look so cool on stream. In comes a nice drink and beverage right there on the trolley. And then you take it back and send it back. That would be awesome, man. You should totally do that. Think about that. That would be cool. No, I wasn't talking to your son. But that would be totally cool now that I'm sitting here thinking about it. Oh, man. I'd like a dumbwaiter put in his house so I don't have to go downstairs. You know what? I'm thinking about actually taking a section in my office, electric kettle, coffee machine, whatever, so I can just get up, get a cup of coffee or tea without having to hike all the way down the stairs. I'm going to be lazy. It's not technically a hole, it's technically a tunnel. It's like putting a pass-through window in the wall. It happens. And you can put little shutters on it, whatever, so it's cool, and you can see into the living room. Kind of like open concept. It's got great resale value. Oh man, it'd be funny. I can't remember. Oh, did I catch that fish yet? No, I didn't catch that fish. Nope. I did not. Didn't I sell the cupcakes? Oh, I got that thing again. Well, I just sold that round light fixture to that guy, and I don't know if I got it. That would be cool to have like a Mr. Rogers set in your house. You know what was funny though? I did like the fact that when Cruising Girl put up that poll for the train option the other day, it was like last week, I think you were streaming, and there was a poll of putting a train around the room. There was not an option to not put a train up. It was every one of the 4 options was put a train up. There was no negative. And I was like, well, that's not cool. Nobody can vote no. It's automatically, well, yes to this train, yes to that type of train, yes to this, whatever. You know, you get a CN rail line going right through the house. She rigs every poll. Yeah, I was like, I totally saw that. I was like, that's totally neat, but it was funny. It was totally funny. But you know what though, you could put that idea, if everybody were to 3D design you some train stuff, then maybe you'll display them or put them somewhere, but let everybody have a year to create some train assets. See what happens. Community project. Everybody build a train. Here we go. Have fun. Why do I feel like... Hold on a minute. Oh yeah, I was going to go in here and make the... I need sugar and flour, is it? I think it's sugar and flour. We'll make some plain cupcakes. I can't remember. Hey, I got a fusion question for you, really quick. If I put an image, does Fusion allow me the option to put in an image and let me extrude it any way I want? Say, for example, I'm creating a map, and if I put in a map, or like this floor right here, this tatami floor, if I put in a picture of a tatami floor that's gridded off in this 6 foot section, would it allow me then to create in, okay, so I have to go into that and look into that because I've got an idea for something and I don't know how to do it. I'm gonna have to play around and get back into that program. So that, yeah, I'm gonna have to have some 3D days because I would like to create something based on a drawing, but I want to be able to create, like, say for example, I draw the layers and I draw like 7 layers. I want to be able to go in, put the first layer down, extrude whatever I need, put the second layer down, you know, and keep building on it like I'm building an apartment complex or something. Or like say I'm building an Eiffel Tower and building it, but I want it to build almost like a map, almost like a oh, what do you call it, a topographic map, but I'm going to draw it in individual layers. And then, you know, say for example I'm building a Minecraft build, right? And I want to print out this Minecraft build of this building that I created, but I'm going to do it one layer at a time. You know, like I will draw the base of the castle, then I'll draw the towers of the castle, then I'll draw the castle moat, and then build a map so each one's layered, you know, so it'll print it as one unit. But that's what I need to figure out. Because I basically want to build my own topographic map from the ground up, and I want to learn if that program can do it. If I just need to scan an image in and say, okay, here are the measurements, let me get the base and then go. Yeah, I got to get back in there. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was getting flour and sugar. I'm gonna run down and get pizza. Yeah, no, I know I'm gonna have to do some tweaking. I've got to learn that program anyway. But I have a thing I need to try to build, and I haven't done it in like a year. I've taken like a year off of 3D printing design in Fusion, and now I've got to sit back and I've either got to go back into Tinkercad and do it that way, or you know, or go into Fusion and practice because I'm terrible at it. Um, and like the thing would be like, say for example, I take this baseball and I create a ball, right? And this is what I need to learn is I want to take a ball. I want to make a 1 inch, we'll just say 1 inch hollow space in the middle. And then I want to screw it so it comes in half. So like, and, or make it really thin layer so that way I can put a baseball in a, say I want to make the protective case that a signed baseball sits in, right? So I want to create the outer shell, you know, it's hollow in the middle and it screws off. You know, that, you know, like I've got to go in and I say, okay, you know, like my brain says in the programming side, it says, okay, you know, you create your 1 inch ball or whatever this is, 2 inches. Then you create a 2¼ inch ball. You know, the first one's obviously hollow. Put the two together, and then you have a 1/4 inch shell, and then cut it in half and put screws in it. And that's what I got to figure out, right? Like I got to go in and break it down and say, okay, let's figure out how to do this. And I just got to sit down. Maybe I just need to write it out, and that way sit down and then I can just say, okay, I got it all written down. Now I know what I want it to look like. Can I do it? Or I should just ask AI to do it. So, hey, create me a STL file doing this. That would be kind of neat too. Can you do that? Can you ask AI to create you an STL file based on parameters like that? Could I literally say, hey AI tool, create me a 1/4 inch thick ball with a hollow center, 2 inches by 2 inches, and screws on and off at the halfway mark or something? What could it actually do that? And I'm also looking to try this new Maker World thing. I think Maker World's got this thing now where I can upload an actual drawn image. Say I draw an image, and it'll make me a 3D character of that image. As an actual file. But then so does my art program now gives me that ability. I can what is it called? I can take a 3D mannequin and layer wrap it. Oh, it's not called layer wrap. It's like I could take a picture that I drew and wrap it onto a mannequin so it becomes a three-dimensional object. If that makes sense. It's not called layer wrap. It's called no, it's not UV mapping. It's called something else in the art program. Let me see here. CSP wrap object. Wrapment object. Oh, puppet wrap. It's called puppet wrap. And it's funny too because I can also say I do that or take an image. It basically then does what Blender does. It creates that 3D mapped object. I can make a picture like this person on the screen here. I can draw a picture of him, wrap it to a mannequin like that, and then I can pull the points, the vector, whatever lines, points. I can move all those to manipulate the form and almost sculpt it. However, it looks like it's going to be a multi-step process. Like say, for example, I want to make a 2-inch, 3-inch miniature of one of my characters. Like I could take it into Clip Studio Paint, create the object, and take that object, take it into Blender. Then I can, clay animate it or whatever. Your Daz 3D? Never heard of Daz 3D. Daz 3D. Huh. Oh, oh man, see that's like, because I want to ultimately, what I want to do is I want to draw my new avatar, and I want to 3D model it so then I can take it into Live 2D and rig it. But Daz 3D looks like it actually creates that rigged model for you. Well, I'm gonna have to look into that. That might be like cut out half the process. And see, that's where that's where that argument gets people mad, because if I do it myself, I'm saving thousands of dollars not paying a rigger to take my picture and rig a model, because I'm going to learn how to do it myself. Really? I'm going to have to check that out. Because I was thinking, I'll go into Blender and oh my God, Blender's got such a huge learning curve. And that's where I don't have the patience, right? Like, it's like, oh, my brain says, no, your ADD or whatever is not going to let you do that. Not going to let you sit here that long and get frustrated. Yeah, because I guess I like the side it started your modeling. I like the whole animation side of it, and I look at it from like a game perspective, right? Like I like drawing characters and bringing them to life. And whether they're just dancing on my screen or whatever, you know, I want to be able to create and say, you know, I built that, right? And if software can help me do it, I'm taking decades of work, cutting it down in a short amount of time. Was that the fish I needed? Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Well, that would be cool. Yeah, that would totally be cool to be able to print something that I make. And I did do that when I did the model in Fusion. I printed a couple models I made. But man, that's a long process, right? Like I need to find a simpler process. And I don't mind the process of actually sitting there and drawing the object, then wrapping a 3D model object so I have points. But it does kind of change your perspective when you're drawing in a program, because you have to kind of digitally, when you draw it, you have to, you know, the front of the face is one piece, the rest of the head is another, the hair is a third object. You know, it changes your mentality when you're drawing it, right? Like when you're like I'm watching people who do 3D rigging of animated pictures, and they slice, you know, their picture in half and they wrap it, and it's like, oh, that's cool, crazy. But then you're actually drawing but I guess they're doing it. I don't know if we're at the point where the 3D model has a controllable light source, right? Like if we're wrapping, say we're wrapping a mannequin with an image to make a picture of me as a 3D figure, do I still have to draw in the shadow, or is the shadow now controlled by the object? See, that's what I have to look into too. So of course, I would rather just get a book and sit there and study it and read it, but I'm kind of one of those weirdos who likes books. Yeah, I'm a weirdo who likes books. I liked my magazines coming in the mail wrapped in paper versus looking up online. Yes, I did. You know what I mean? Yeah, ray tracing with them. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out, because if I can draw a new avatar for me. Oh man, in that privacy wrap newspaper. Everybody remember those? Used to see them in this section in the gas station. It's probably giving away my age. I could probably say Baskin Robbins, and that'd give away my age. Man, what was I grabbing? Where are my tools? There it is. Nope. Are you what is the name of the 3D event in Philadelphia this year that I'm supposed to try to go to? If you do try DAZ, be mindful it will show that stuff. 3D Printopia, that's it. I keep forgetting. For some reason I'm thinking Murph, but that's the one out of Indiana. And I don't know why I keep thinking Rocky Mountain. Wait, no, Murph is Indiana, Rocky Mountain, Colorado. Because Bob's going to Murph, right? And then you're just going to pop in at 3D Printopia. Because see, this year I may go down to MocoCon and 3D Printopia, since they're a week apart, and just take a vacation and live stream, you know, from the hotel pool. at a Phillies game or something. I don't know. But I'm thinking about driving down and just going down for a week and just doing a road trip. Grab a passport and eat some food, and who gives a crap? Because Philly's a lot closer. You know, it's just, you know, drive to Boston, cut over kind of thing. Philly is just Saturday, huh? Yeah, no, MocoCon, if I go to that, you know, it'd be a day or two or whatever. Because I've never been, and, you know, it's always like, might as well go meet some people in the community, meet some peeps. I think that'd be fun. I couldn't last year because I was sick as a dog. It was kind of interesting because the first year I was gonna go to TwitchCon, ended up with cancer, couldn't go. So I was sick all last year, couldn't go. This year coming, I don't care what the outcome is, I think I want to go. I think, you know, I need a breather. I need to go, you know, if anything, if it's just go down and get like some, I don't know, American fast food, whatever. I just got to go, right? Oh, that's spider. I saw that. I was across the corner. I turned my head back away from Chad, and there's that spider. Oh, man. Oh, it's all weekend? Yeah, and I just want to go down and get a Philly cheesesteak, personally. Whether it be Geno's or Tony's, I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. I just want to see who's got the better one. Just serve it up. Let's go. Bucket list item, and I'll take that right off. Cheesesteak out of Philly. All 32 baseball stadiums. Another one. Let's hit them. Let's go. You know, get an ice cream helmet, each one. DAS 3D. Should write that down. Well, yeah, AI is an interesting topic. Texas is all weekend. Which one is in Texas? And where is it in Texas? Which it's a new event in Texas? Where in Texas? I don't think you can post it in there. You can post it in Discord. And I can post it. I don't think it'll let me. I don't think it'll let you post in this. I don't know how to turn that off actually in Twitch. I've never used it. I just left. I've never done it. Shoot it to me in Discord and I'll post it really quick. So Joy, you taking the dog out or what at 35 degrees? And man, people are changing their Discord logos and I don't know who the heck I'm looking at anymore. And don't do that, people. Leave your logos alone. Irvine, Texas. Okay. Oh crap! You gotta make me do that. All right. Let's pop this up. Let me see what we got here. Irvine. 3D printed airless basketball challenge. Get creative and paint your own 3D printed model. No experience needed. We provide everything you need to take home your own work of art. Oh, Dallas Fort Worth 3D Printing Club and Bamboo Labs Facebook group. Ah, it's in Irvine. I've been to Irvine. August 21st to 23rd. Oh my God, it's gonna be smoking hot down there. So they're just now getting that all organized and together. God, but you know what? I hate flying into Dallas Fort Worth and having any changeover there. That one's like, eh. That's cool. Yeah, I have to go get snacks now that you mention it, dude. I'm starving. I'd start in 6 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna run our pizza. But that's cool. All right. Let you know if I catch more. Got it, Flick. Make some money here. I'm gonna sell these fishies. She looked at me like, "Why on earth are we out here? It's hot. I'm surprised you can't stay out there long. It's hot." Well, you're at the beach anyway, so it's kind of cool. I mean, just jump in the water. That's the great part about being at the beach. You can just get in the water at any time. I love beach trips. We used to go to the beach all the time because we're nothing but beaches and lakes around here, so. Beaches and lakes, baby. Oh, I don't want to buy anything. I already dropped 100,000 in the bank today, right? Oh crap! Did that ad break start? I want to go down and get something to eat. 3 minutes. Okay. Yeah, we're 9 days away from an expansion on this game. What? Oh, speaking of that, I gotta go flip laundry. Oh, good idea. All right, I gotta take a short break. Grab something to eat. Grab a drink. I gotta put laundry in the dryer. I totally forgot. Now that she mentioned laundry, I need that stuff for the appointment tomorrow. Be right back. Short break. Ooh, I made it back. I'm gonna have to totally move these buildings. Did I tell you the box turtle and enclosure kit for it is ordered? Oh no, that's awesome. That's got to be exciting. You're getting it in blue? There she is. I'm looking for her all day. Yeah, that's true. I kind of like that attitude. I like being told what art is. Just enjoy it the way you think it means. That's a good idea. So when you get the kit, because this is you have to print all the shell and everything, or does it automatically come with whatever? Because what parts are you printing in blue? All right, Shenanigans. Well, you have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the lyric. I think I talked to everybody, except for Isabel. Oh, or you could just wait and send it to me after you did it. Because either won't matter. I guess it's just different per site, huh? It has an automatic respooler. Wow, that's kind of cool. $300. You know that. See, that's what I was talking about right there. $500. Hey, Badge Tiger. 10 streak, nice. So that's a good point. Like the box turtle right there is a good example of what we were talking about earlier, right? I'm looking at the Google page or whatever, and it pulls up 4 different companies selling one, right? It's an open source software filament changer, but they all have slight different designs, right? But it's basically who gets it out first makes the most money, right? And I think we're going to see in certain products going forward, we're going to see a lot of that where, like, say, for example, in the 3D world, right? You're going to have a finished machine, and then you're going to have all these kits because they're going to make more money selling kits and customizing than they will finished machines. See, like for me, my A1 is fine because I'm not going to, you know, like I'm not doing super fancy stuff, so I don't need fancy enclosures, customizable, you know, nothing right now. But when I move up, then I'll want all that stuff, right? But I do like how they do that though. It's on the Genesis platform. Oh wait a minute, that Dash3 is kind of neat because I can take a character that I make right into Unity or into Unreal, the Unreal Engine. Wow. All right, you sent me something? Well, let me go over here. Can't you just go in and paint it? The color? If you want to do blue and silver? What is that on top? Is it an air dryer? Is it a dryer? Is that the poly dryer up there? Wait, are you hooking a poly dryer up to that thing? No, but can't you go in, like, I know Bamboo Labs, in their slicer, you can go in with an actual paintbrush and color sections. Your slicer doesn't give you the ability to just paint a color and then it'll print that color. I got the poly dryer right. Look at that, I'm the man. Booyah. Yeah, Fusion. I've run into that same problem in Fusion where I couldn't paint something. That might. And oh man, ugh. Yeah. But you're just talking about doing what it'll look like rendered, right? Not what it on a plate. Because the rendering is only if you're showing other people what it looks like. Otherwise, it's like a final product kind of thing. Otherwise, it doesn't matter, really. So based on that picture, is that are you printing the glass door? So obviously there's glass panels. Are you printing those in like clear or? I should design another pen holder. Yeah, that's what I should do, Joy. I should come up with something I can design in 3D print land, and then I'll send it to you. You need anything for your bougie desk that I can design and print and mail it? And put my name on it? And put my likeness on it? Boom, baby. Is she listening? She's not listening to me today. God, I love it when nobody's listening to me. Oh, that's a acrylic panel. You know what's funny? I always wondered, like, because you remember COVID, right? We used to have to go to the hardware store and buy these big plexiglass or acrylic sheets to make a screen barrier, right? So that way you're interacting with people. I always wonder, when people make cases like that, if you can just run to the hardware store and get something cheap, right? Like you can actually buy a pre-cut. You can have them cut a piece of acrylic to fit whatever you're designing, and then you can source all the parts locally. If it's probably more expensive than obviously ordering it online through China, but it's crazy to think that you can actually build now almost anything. Like I could build a computer enclosure, because now aren't some of these printers allow you to print in metals, in like metal filaments or whatever, so you can actually print it in. Technically, you could, instead of having a molded sheet of whatever, you can print it in metal. Might have to actually get more. Man, I can print my own silicone doll, huh? That one got my brain going bad places. All right. Yeah, we won't stay on late tonight because I've got to get up in the morning for that memory test. Do you know who you are? Not a chance, buddy. I don't know who I am. I think it's in the afternoon, though. There's a balloon. I can hear it. I can totally hear it. See, I know I can hear it. $130. Can't believe that spider got me. In a balloon. Got a folding chair and a director's chair tonight. Boy, I'm rolling in chairs. Yeah, go ahead, Paula. What's the question? We will take questions. Feel free to ask. Don't forget to follow us, like, subscribe, all that fun jazz. It's all free to do, following and subscribe. That's a question for this game? He could. Yeah, he might be a good one. So that means, Joy, do I have to come up with prompts in case we do stream for Friday? And yes, I just got the notification that Friday is my 2-year anniversary on Twitch as an affiliate. 2, by the way. I totally forgot to tell you. So it might have to be Kitless Friday, I don't know. Or maybe I should put on the bikini. Oh, wait a minute. I could sit here and stream in Budgie Smugglers. We just never get out of the chair. But yeah, Friday. It's already here. Can you believe that? 2 years on Twitch. Oh, no, I'm leaving, dude. Sorry, you're not selling me junk. Boots, sorry. I didn't see you there. Not the budgies. Yeah, budgies are kind of cute, huh? All right. Small silk hat, huh? Oh, it's one of those. Screw that. Oh, the shops are all closed. I mean, it's quitting time. Thought I saw that.
Well, hello, beautiful.
Well, hello. How are you, Joy? Oh. How's your day going? You enjoying the nice quiet day to yourself? Getting your stuff done? And ready to go back to work? Just okay, huh? Ugh. No, not ready to go back to work? Why not? Get to start the new year. Make the boys some cupcakes. Oh. Oh yeah, grocery list. Let me write that out really quick before I forget. Notepad. There's a balloon. You can hear it. I should see it too. Hey Tegan, how are you? Welcome in. Just catching bugs like crazy today. Well, maybe they're telling you to put on some clothes. You ever think maybe you're the inappropriate one? I know it's your island, but you can't just walk around in nothing. Put on some clothes. Maybe they know you're on vacation. They're like, put on some clothes, lady. Of course. Yeah. Hey, cruising girl. How are you? Time to chill. Nice. Have a nice adventure. Lurk. Sleepy time. Oh, thank you. Yes, my 4-star island is getting better. Oh, I'll let him have that bug. He's looking at it. New guy? Taking my bugs. Only 5 olives. Couldn't go 6? No. I'm kidding. 5 is fine. Nice. Wanted to drink sooner. Well, you could have always chucked the olives. Guess I should dig that up, huh? I did plant a money tree the other day. I don't know where I put it though. I guess I could replant it here. Actually, this is gonna be fine. This will grow here. And then I'll another cut this tree down. And it drops my money. Money, money, money. Ooh, the giant garlic stuffed one. I haven't been to Costco in a long time, but I don't need anything out of there anymore. That may be a roast. Oh, that's right. We were working on a list. Shoot. All right. Let me do that really quick. Where'd that pen go? It's funny. I got a pen holder and I put it over there. All right. So I need decaf coffee. They probably need coffee creamer. Oh, what else did I say that I wanted this week? Should probably get gummies and pistachios. I need snacks. All right, cruising girl, have a good night. So we need gummies, pistachios. We probably need mushrooms and onions. Should look up that price of that little ham. Probably. No, that must be highway robbery, man. Those little hams are $15. It's outrageous. So no ham. All right, mushrooms, onions. What else? Gummies, snacks, pistachios. How am I on crackers? I think I need saltines. So I'll have to check the meat in the morning. I don't know what I have in the fridge. Oh, rice. Got a headache. Oh, what else do we need? Uh-oh, something wrong with Dora. Alright, we'll go to Dora's house. Alright, so what else do I need? Coffee, gummies. See, the good part about Dora's bed is if I needed to, I could roll the other way around to the floor. But there's a wall here. Well, let's see. I gave her everything on the table. I gave her that dress. What else did we give her? Those shoes, I don't know. I don't know if I ever send people shoes. I might have given people shoes. Ugh. Clothing should be optional though. Like you shouldn't have to hold a box or hold bag inventory space for clothing. Clothing should be, if you put it in your chest, should be infinite. There's so many color combinations, right? Well, I own that. The only thing I may not have is this little bamboo table right here. Oh, I gotta fix my banner. Huh. I wonder. I don't have that wall screw, I don't think. Oh, we're gonna play a game. Let's see. Today you're gonna give me the 5 and 4. For puffy vest, 5 and go low for 4. Oh, did I get this backwards? 4 and 7. Not even close. But a puffy vest, huh? Well, it's red. I can do with red, I guess. Brown line glasses. We had motor issues. And don't they check that before they bring the boat down? This is the first time putting it in the water, so you can't. It sucks. It's time to sell that boat and get a bigger one. Oh, okay. Where are you going? He did, and it was fine. Okay, and no. So because their day's ruined, your day's ruined too? Is that what you're saying? Well, time to lock yourself in a bathroom. You're like, nope, I'm getting the day off. Go away. Sorry, boys. You're messing up mommy's art time. Well, it's early still too. So they aren't even trying to fix it, huh? They forget the gas or what? How funny would that be to forget to gas it up? Could buy a houseboat. Be like Gigi on a Well, thank you for hanging out, Joy. It's good to see you. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for being here. I can't get rid of you that easily. You wish, not me wish. Oh, look at that. That's a two-person divider right there. So nobody getting a leg over. Can't roll that way over. Trying to think what else needs to go on this list. It's gonna rain all week, so oh come on, dude, quit selling me stuff. No, that's my purple one. I'll get the other one. I'll sell you, man. I'm not. Can't have that one. Always trying to take my good stuff, man. What's wrong with these people? Wait, where's the plushy muffler coat? Yeah, you're not getting that one. There's this one. I'm not selling you either any of them. Forget that, dude. No, Boots can't have my clothes. I mailed them all stuff yesterday. Nobody sent me stuff. It's like a 2-day turnaround process. Oh my god, my eyes hurt. Alright. Oh, should get back and actually work on drawing this for a bit. Kind of got stuff in my beard. Alright. Can you come to my island? Oh no, I'm not having anybody come to my island right now, but thanks for asking. Not doing that now. Maybe another day, not today. Gotta get my island ready. Gotta get my island ready for the expansion. I'm turning off these lights. It's too bright. Oh, my eyes hurt. Yeah, I'm not giving that guy a plushy muffler coat. He can get his own coat. You're trying to get rid of me, Hunjoy. Oh boy, oh boy. What to do with you? I have not been drawing because I don't want to show you. I have been drawing. But my not safe for work or not safe for stream content can't be on TV or on Twitch. I've been drawing my map. I showed you the map I was working on, did I? Did I show you the map? No, I haven't I haven't done anything for print. Did I show you the map? I'm working on a project. Where I'm doing this, where there's the original map and I'm drawing it out. So then when I add my layers in, I'm going to have a full map. And then I'm going to move everything and do it in layers and render it. But yeah, I'm working on a map project. I've been sketching a few things. Let's see. Map. I was working on hands. So that was the last person I drew, the sketch. Another rough sketch. There's that cute little practice. Little girl in her pajamas. Yeah, but no, I've been working on a few things slowly. But like I said, it's got to be one of those, you can't. Sometimes I feel like, how you feel like you get burnt out? So you gotta get I need a mind reset so I can draw, kind of thing, right? So I need new images and stuff. I've got to look stuff up. If that makes sense. Yeah, she was fun. And I want to do a new OC. Or basically I want to draw myself kind of thing. So if I get rid of my image, instead of looking at my camera, you get to look at my character. The whole Giggy's busy, so you get this guy. You get the real cute guy. Where it's to sit here and look like he's got arms that move. He does cute face. He does the whole hand thing, whatever, make your hearts. It's his hand. Alright, Tegan, you have a good night. You know what I mean? So you do that. Thank you for coming in. Well, that's my cue to wrap it up pretty soon. I got an hour left. Tonight's going to be a short stream because Gigi's going to try to go to bed early. And you ought to send that new. Have you watched that? Did you watch that the short I put up? You should send that to your friend and tell her to hook it up and get me thousands of viewers or 150 followers. What do you mean you haven't yet? What? What? It doesn't notify you? Oh, so you're not subscribed to my channel, huh? I thought I've been lied to my whole life now. Oh crap, it's going the wrong way. Changing room? What's that look like? Changing room. Wow, that's a... Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't buy that crap. That's alright. It's not that good. You don't have to watch it. You know, you watched it live anyway, I think. Oh, that's right. The fishing tournament is Saturday. So I got to get up early for that. Oh. Okay, you sook. I will be back. What did I say? Why am I a sook? Hold on, I'm gonna have a talk when she gets back. She's throwing me under the bus again for some random crap. I'm the sook. Watch this. I'm gonna bust her balls too. When she gets back, she's getting her balls busted, big time busted. Throwing me under the bus, huh? It's on now, Pipsqueak. Oh, spider got me again. Damn thing was in the grass. Welcome back. But I'm a little disappointed in you. You know, I do what my marketing manager tells me to do, and she doesn't even watch it when it comes out. How am I supposed to grow if my own marketing manager won't even look at it? That was pretty good, though. That was a pretty good thing. When have I ever been disappointed at you? Never been disappointed at you. How are your numbers today? Oh, I was going to get bangers. That's right. I put bangers on the list. Just okay? I don't know if I took my medicine today. Yeah, I did. Alright, I'm going to put these away in case I want to not go to the store tomorrow, which I have to go to the store tomorrow. I got to go to an appointment, so. Practical Porsche. What do you catch? You know, I'm 0 for 2 tonight with spiders. Not liking that. Oh for 2. Alright, so I probably should roll a few prompts for Friday, if we're doing Friday. Unless anybody's got anything they want me to do, or like me to consider. besides the Joy Watermelon Bikini one. Yeah, I have nights like that. Oh man, spiders are terrible. Ad break. No, I planted these here. I don't even know what they are. Oh, I guess I could put some right here. Wait a minute. If you lost the trees, that means you lost the snowmen too? Are the snowmen over? Crap, I need to go shake a tree. I forgot you said that. Don't worry, chat. This is just like our coach. Dreams never listens to me. Or she's got an hour delay. Oh, you're in summer, but you lost the lights. That means the snowmen are probably gone too. All right. here in summer. Yeah, I don't know how long the snow lasts, though. If you guys are getting 40 degrees already, that's a little outrageous. It's like when I come visit Australia, I'm gonna have to find the town that's got the university near the beach. I know where I'm hanging out. I'm gonna have to get an Outback hat, Budgie Smugglers, and a fanny pack. Old men at the beach. And some black knee-high socks and some thongs. Some black compression socks. Hey, I didn't hear you. What'd you say? $12. Oh man, I thought I had more than 12.
Well, hello, beautiful.
Well, hello, beautiful. Well, I think the last time I did this, hold on, I can drop the box. Let's look what I got in here. Well, you guys really cut that trip short, huh? Well, whatever works. You sleep in your own bed. Well, I don't have gum up here either. Minutes alone. Alright. That wears you out, man, shaking trees. It's like a workout. It's like one of those shaking things. Cutsy Dim? Thank you for the follow. I'm eating straight chocolate chips right now. Like straight chocolate chips, like cookie, like cookie chocolate chips, cookies. Like out of the chocolate chip cookie bag for cookies. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, like out of the ones that you use to make chocolate chip cookies. Those chocolate chips? That's a little crazy. But cool. I never thought about eating just chocolate chips. Thank you for the follow. Impractical Force with the check-in and the fishing. You know, it's funny. We had that conversation earlier about people uploading music to Spotify that's AI generated. We never did say whether we liked it or disliked it, did we? Now that I think about it, I think we just talked about AI in general and all the atrocities. But I don't think we ever talked about whether we liked it or disliked it, huh? See, that's how easily you can get sidetracked in a conversation. Probably because I was thinking out loud and can't get my point across. Or think of what my point should have been. Now that I think about it. Because I guess we were discussing whether or not you were actually writing the lyrics or you're just having ChatGPT create lyrics. Those guys were discussed. Yeah, but I'm curious in the sense of like, say for example, you write a poem, but you have ChatGPT, you have an AI thing do the poem. Is it really you wrote a poem? I'd like a poem about puppies and melons. And it writes you a poem, crossing the street or whatever. Did you really write the poem? I guess that's the good question. If you wrote a poem, it'd be your own poem? Yeah, but I'm saying, I'm using poem as an example. Like, say, for example, if I went to some AI thing and I said, write me a sonnet about puppies and melons at the beach on a sunny day, and it wrote you Ode to My Dog, right? In a sonic pentameter, whatever. Did you actually write that? Right, but then who wrote the poem? Did AI write the poem or did you write the poem because you put in the prompts? That's the question, right? Like, let's see here. That's like if you took one of my art prompts and you picked 3 prompts and you put it into an art program and it created you a picture. Did you draw that? Technically, you own it, right? Yeah, but see, you have to give a ghostwriter a lot of detail, right? Okay, that's a good question. I'm trying to think the best way to answer that. Because if you told me to write a story about a girl and her dog walking on a beach on a beautiful sunny day, listening to the sound of the waves, and I wrote a piece where, okay, hold on, let me think about that for a minute. Oh, now you got my brain going somewhere. Hold on. All right, so let's get back to that question. So here's the question. If you went in and you typed in so if you type, well, hold on. This is what I'm thinking. So if you type into, say you type in that top line as your prompt, and that's what you get typed out to you. Did you write that? Welcome in, who is it? A Rosencrantz just rated the channel with 4 viewers. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? My name is Giggy. Welcome in. I am an artist. We're just playing Animal Crossing and discussing a AI question. Artist, digital artist, 3D design printer person, whatever you want to call it. And we're just playing Animal Crossing at the moment. Hey, Passion Tiger. But yeah, so that's my question right there. If I type that prompt in and it puts out that paragraph, did I write that? Because that's your ghostwriter question right there. Is if you gave me detail and I wrote you that, which it's sloppy, by the way. It's not, anywhere pretty or neat. It's very sloppy and probably not in the form, but descriptive. But if you got that, well, first of all, can you read it, Joy, or is it too small? Could make it bigger. Would that be classified as you wrote that? If you used, you used ChatGPT or AI, whatever, and you popped in your prompts, did you create that? Or did the software create that? And that would be the same as the ghostwriter question. If I provide the data to a ghostwriter and they write me a novel, did I write the novel? You don't have to comment on how bad it is, but ad break starts at 3 minutes, but give you like another 60 seconds to read it and I'll switch over. But that's my question, right? That's probably good enough. We're back over here and do some farming. But that becomes the question, right? So I honestly don't know. But I think if you write a paragraph and it corrects your mistakes, and see, I guess that's the same argument for the music and the Spotify thing, right? Is if you put in prompts and it creates a lyrical song and then makes the music. I know, but concept. See, that's where you're going to run into a problem, right? If you say that the concept belongs to somebody. Well, I drew a roadrunner chasing a coyote. That's been done thousands of times. Do I own that concept? Or does Looney Tunes own that concept? You know what I mean? So see, that's where it runs that legal touchy ground. If you start awarding people concepts because they put in the prompt, so therefore that combination of prompt is theirs, that can be legal problems all the way around the board. You know what I mean? I don't know nowadays because autocorrect now, Word uses Copilot. And basically Word, if you type in, kind of like how your phone does, if you type in hi, how, it'll say, are you doing? It'll add in the next 3 words, and you can tab through and get full sentences that way. I'm not 100% sure. But I would think if you sat down at a computer and you were typing out your essay or whatever, and then autocorrect it to correct the spelling and mistakes, you know, autocorrect isn't necessarily rewriting your entire, well, it could rewrite your entire paper if you wrote poorly. But it's basically telling you, hey, this is a run-on sentence, or this is a, oh, Jesus, hold on now. It could rewrite the entire thing. That's a good question. Yeah, I would say you have to wrote it because you sat down and wrote it. I'm trying to think of it from an academic point of view, right? Academics nowadays are basically teaching you how to copy things, summarize it without plagiarizing it, but you're not technically writing your own things anymore. You're kind of just taking summaries of things and regurgitating that. But if I sat there like I did there and I wrote that paragraph, autocorrect then corrects my 5 mistakes in there because I have one too many extra commas. There's a run on in that one, but you know, if I correct, and I didn't end in a preposition, right? No. But if it goes through and says, oh, hey, you can't end a sentence in ing, you know, or whatever, okay, you know, consider for passive voice or active voice, because that's all autocorrect used to do was change passive from passive to active, right? But now it's basically, you know, it can rewrite your entire sentence and summarize it in a cleaner, more concise sentence. Technically, you wrote the original sentence, but whatever you put out at the end may or may not be totally you. That's an interesting point. That's a good question. I don't know. You're going to have to ask me that again on our co-stream. I'm going to have to really think about that. Because, I mean, if you write a book, and then you use something to... See, I guess the problem would be that, okay, here's where the argument would be if I was a condescending normal person having the AI argument. I wrote a book. Autocorrect rewrote the entire thing. I basically got rid of an editor's job by doing that. That would be the ultimate comment, right? But I wrote a book. I used a software to do it. A formatting program like Word, we'll say, or whatever. And just because it has built-in features, that's not really taking anybody's job. So you know that's where that argument gets weird, right? Because is it wrong that that somebody's using it because it takes away from somebody else, or is it wrong because they're using it because they really aren't doing the work themselves? Right? Because that goes to the whole, coding question, right? If you're using AI to create software code, programming code for you, you're still providing the prompts, and just because you don't know how to write a for loop, and it's writing the loop for you so you don't have to, so you get the iterations correct, doesn't necessarily mean you didn't write it, right? Because you still have to go back, and if there's a problem, you still have to debug it and run it, right? So, yeah, I don't know, because to me that's a huge gray area, right? Because I sit here and think, okay, well, Gigi's an artist. We know that. He wants to create his own video game. And whether I use Unity, Godot, Game Creator, RPG Maker, whatever, I'm going to create a video game. It's going to be, now that C# is free, it's open source, and C# is also supported by Cornered Ape to keep it open source. So there's, assets available for people who want to use open source C to make simple video games. If I use that, is that, I didn't create the game, even though I'm using assets that are available to me? See, that's where it's a completely gray area, right? And I look at it as, if it's a tool designed to help you make your job easier and better for you, you're still learning something there. You're still going to learn how to use it, or how to put it in the prompts properly. Because if you put in, and I'm going to say, if you say, make me an AI girlfriend or something, brunette, glasses, right? And you get whatever output, and it's not what you want, then you have to go back to the prompts and you have to learn how to streamline them, or add more detail, or add depth. So as part of like the creative process in my brain says, it's kind of like character creation. If I'm going to sit here and draw a new character, and I'm going to say, well, I want her to have fox ears, pink hair, kind of have like a, I don't know, a Japanese kimono in fluorescent colors with ancient scripting, etc., etc. You still have to do some bit of the creative process in your own to come up with a thought of it, right? Or the concept of it. Whether or not you can articulate that well enough to draw it, or write it, or design it, that's different. But if it allows, and I look at it, if I look at it from an educational standpoint for a child, right? If I can take that 14-year-old girl, and she can sit there and use an AI generated tool to create a simple video game, like this, where you have a character that can walk left and right, up and down, jump, whatever, and they're using software to do it, and that helps lead to her better life choices down the road. Like, she wants to become an engineer or scientist or whatever because she's doing that. What's the harm in that? Right? She's just learning how to use the tools, right? That's like Gen Z is like the techie generation. Like, they know how to use all the shortcuts. They know how to use TikTok, whatever. Where I'm old school, and I'd still be using MySpace because I can't use Facebook or Instagram. You know what I mean? Is it wrong? I guess that's the question, right? Because if it allows somebody younger than me to learn something maybe easier, instead of having to sit here and go through a 300-page book on the language of C because we didn't have everything in the computer. Now that we have it on the computer, it's easy. And don't ever look up Lisp. That was a terrible programming language to do things in. But some people like it. Most people hate it. But, but it depends, right? So then I guess I'm a little different. I'm a little indifferent by it because it's weird because like I watch graphic artists, right? And I'm okay, hold on. To be fair, I'm fairly new to the digital art spectrum. I've only been doing it for maybe a year and a half, 2 years. Right? So I'm fairly new compared to most of these people who are in there doing it either for an occupation or just for fun. But I have watched on Twitch, I have watched people either one, you should always use references whenever you're drawing a person, because if you don't know how to draw anatomy, you don't study anatomy or know enough about anatomy, have references first and foremost. Second, I've watched people do two things. Like you can have an image on the page and then you're drawing a different person, but you're using that person's shape, whatever, to get features, which is fine. But I've also seen people take pictures like I did with that Animal Crossing map and put it down and then trace it and then turn around and draw the person, right? And did they really draw the person if they traced an outline of a person and then filled it in? Well, the answer is yes, they did, because they had to draw all the other details. Just because they copied a body shape doesn't mean they didn't draw it, correct? That's like if you can't draw a hand in this position, and you trace that hand from a photograph to get that position, and then you go in and detail the hand. Did you draw that hand? Yeah, you drew that hand. You may have copied the shape of that hand, but you drew it. Right? Hey, Darth Crow. Welcome in. Thank you for the alert. So, see, that's where that's where in my head I run into that problem of whether or not it's good or bad. Especially in a day and age when children are given tablets at school to learn. Because, they're not like our teachers who, when they taught 7 subjects, they excelled in all 7 subjects, right? My teacher could teach you Latin, Spanish, French, German, one lady. Then teach you art, English, math, physical education, and whatever, right? Today, teachers can barely teach you how to open your lunch bag. No offense to anybody who's teaching. That's an overgeneralization big time. But you know what I mean? Like, you don't teach as many depth subjects because you specialize and only teach the few, right? Especially in mathematics. Mathematics teachers, they either knew mathematics inside and out and could tell you all the theory, or they could just walk you through the patterns. There's kind of a difference there. But if a program can help somebody learn something or make them better, they still created that. I mean, I look at these like programming courses for kids too, like some of the software, and I'm going to use Game Garage by Nintendo. I remember we bought that, and a lot of that is just you're putting blocks together or pieces together that work, and then it allows you to create simple games, like say Pong, for example, which you put the block. If you move the joystick right, the paddle goes right. If you move it left, it goes left. Put up 2 walls. so it can't go beyond this barrier. And if the object hits it, it bounces it back up. You know, those are just simple block commands, right? But if that leads a person to going, okay, well, I can build that. Now let me try to make it bigger. So let me make it jump, or let me make it in 3 dimensions, or let me make it do this. You know, they're actually learning it. So at some point they are learning it, and that's a good thing. So it's kind of, I think what causes the problem too is you get a lot of those people who are misusing it, right? Like I remember in the computer industry, there were guys who were working 4 full-time jobs using ChatGPT and AI to do all their work. They're working 4 jobs at the same time, you know. And well, you're technically cheating the system, you know, doing things that are technically wrong, but you're doing the work, whether it's, you know, AI doing it or you doing it. Still, somebody's got to tell it what to do. You know what I mean? So it really depends. And I think people get outraged because it's like when they hear AI, they get this Matrix or Terminator type robot scenario where, you know, robots are taking over the world, right? And I think that's where the confusion comes in, right? But you know, I'm kind of excited at the fact that we'll have a whole generation of kids who grew up as programmers who can program their own things and print out their own 3D products. That's kind of neat. You know, they want something usable for their shelf. They want to make themselves a pencil case or whatever. They'll do it. You know what I mean? That's actually cool, because that's innovation in its own right. Fine show. No, well. But then here's a question, because Dark, you're here, and you were a sound guy, sound engineer, right? So you can actually sit there if you had a 4-piece band playing music, you can move parts around so they fit better, correct? Like in a studio, you could do that. And I've recorded album doing that. So in studio, is that not similar to having AI create your music, because you're having somebody sit there and just take your random sounds and make it better than what it was? Like basically me playing a drum gave you the prompt, and because you moved it around so it sounded better, isn't that basically the same thing? Just on a more human scale? Oh, please tell me you're moving to Joy's Island. Ah, darn it. What's today? I didn't even take my morning medication. I didn't take... What's today? Tuesday? Or Monday? I didn't take any metformin, nothing today. So I can't take it. Oh. So can I take it? No, I can't take it. Because I'm going to take it again in a few hours. Okay, so I'm... Tell you I'm fine and it shows. It's myself. Well, if you're not moving in and taking care of me, nothing. Because Giggy broken. Giggy can't get fixed. Giggy's broken. And so all we did was create software that basically takes all of those previous ever assets, recording assets, and do exactly what an engineer does. So, I mean, if that's the argument, right, or that's the basis of it, you know, if that's the basic of it, Elon Musk's last statement of about 20 years, nobody will ever work again because you won't need to, is technically could be accurate. Yeah, Bob did the same thing. I think Shenanigans did too, and I want to get that site because I'd love to make a theme song for my channel. Because I don't, I'm not going to get a band to actually record it, an actual song for me, but. Unless like, another guy from Trivium's on Twitch, maybe I could hit him up and say, hey man, do it again. But yeah, you know what I mean? Because that's basically all you're doing, right? Is basically, I'm putting in prompts to use pre-existing assets. I want a song. I want a hard rock song with 2 choruses, a bridge, 3 verses about me and my Twitch journey in C, D, and G with a punk feel, etc. If I do that and I give it those parameters and it creates it, it's completely different than me sitting there in a sound booth saying, okay, let me strum C 5 times, go over here to D, do a D minor, do a G, maybe throw in an A minor or whatever, and then say, okay, engineer, you finagle it and make it good. And it's like, and it's just Giggy saying I'm too sexy for my shirt 500 times. You know what I mean? It's what's the difference, right? I guess is the question. I mean, it would be no difference if I said, okay, let's make a song about Joy. She's a paper crafter who uses a guillotine and eats hot dogs. And that song came back talking about a little girl who had brown hair who likes making Christmas cards and cutting hot dogs off with guillotine. It's it is what that would be kind of funny. God, that would be a terrible imagery, but if you tried to draw that, but you know what I mean, it'd be no different. It's like you have some software and you build it. I can't remember the name. I have to ask Bob just did it recently too. No, Joy, we're not going to bring women into the conversation there. It's not appropriate. Some jobs are never going to change. That's like, did you get that joke that I sent you? I think it was today. The last one. Did you watch that one? Or did you blow me off all day today? If you woke up as a woman, what's the first thing you would do? Well, she's going to say she blew me off all day. The one where the woman asked the guy, "What would you do first thing you woke up as a woman?" And he said, he said, "Oh, do the dishes." That was hilarious, but yeah, but it's yeah. So I mean, so it's kind of, I guess I'm a little tossed with AI because I think the people's view of it is a little out there. Because I think there are a lot of good uses for it, and it's like. Okay. Yeah, Suno, that's it, yeah. Thank you. That's right, that's the name. But that would be like, so I don't know, I'm confused. I'm kind of torn by it. And then are all those people who are anti-AI going to stop watching Star Wars movies that have Darth Vader in it because their voice is James Earl Jones and it's all AI created? Record of a man who plays the blues. Man who plays the blues. She just loved my big 10-inch record of a rhythm. How did I not catch that? Hey, Juzal. What was I doing? 6 years. I really don't need to do these. Oh, what else did I say I wanted to give the grocery store? Does anybody remember? I can't remember. I'm doing good. How are you? Just eating something a bit early and getting on some games, maybe? Nice. Games are fun. Yeah, I guess that's kind of weird because if you think about, look at it like a drum machine or a drum, electronic drum machine that you hit, that you tap on a pad, you make a pattern, you loop it, you play it over and over, and then you lay down a guitar track to it. You didn't really play the drums. But you created the beat. So yeah, that's a huge gray area in my head then. But either way, it's cool. But I guess the question would be if I used Suno, that when you just sent me Dark, and I made a song and posted it to Spotify, that could be technically wrong because you're trying to sell something. And see, that's where it's iffy. Because is it only wrong because you're selling it? But then everybody does that because all corporations do that. They use AI and sell you all kinds of crap. Fishies. What do you mean fishies? Fish game? Is it working? It's working, right? Yeah, it's working. Fishies, ad break. Oh yeah, it's not on my screen. It's only there when somebody types it in. It doesn't stay up. Because normally I have artwork flashing on the screen, but I gotta update all that crap too. I gotta draw more of it when I go take my class on Fridays with Miss Joyful Designs. I'll learn how to draw something new. Now we're gonna have to fix this fence because I can't get around when somebody's sitting there. And I don't know why I ran all the way back here to put that stuff in there, but wishful thinking? What's wishful thinking? Oh, I hit the 5,000 limit. I have 9 days to get to 9,000 limit space, so probably should sell something or make something. I got way too much stuff in here. Or sell 100 of these patterns. Where's the fruit? We sell fruits and vegetables. Oh, Flick is here. I could get rid of some of these. I don't need that many paper kite butterfly.
Well, hello, beautiful.
Hello, beautiful. I'm singing live as I started this band. No more, no more. No more, no more. No more, no more. Horse and carriage. I got plenty of tarantulas if you want one, Joy. Guess I should cook those anchovies, huh? No more, no more. Well, that's what you're getting for your birthday. Oh, look at that. Perfectly full bag. Going over there and finding Flick. Yeah, so I think I'm going to do sketches. I want to work on things like faces and hands and peaches and cream. And walrus noses. Oh God, let's flick over here or over there. It's got a 2-minute cooldown, I think. 3-minute cooldown. Oh man, he better still be around here. He doesn't leave till 5 a.m., right? One time I want to easily find that dude. Oh, Penelope looks like she's ready to move. Oh, that's a shame. She wants to go to Joy's house. I told her it was nice and pretty over there. Joy loves pink. And where is this guy? My snowman, yeah, okay, my snowman, I made the 2 parts and I tried to put the top on. It wouldn't let me do it. So then I went to move the bottom one and then it took it. And I was like, oh man. It took the bottom and jammed it on top and I was pissed. So that's what happened to him. He's upside down. Not happy. Anybody seen Flick? Where the heck is that guy? He should be here at 5 o'clock. Got a couple more places to check, but I don't think he'd be over there. But I forgot I added this bridge, so he could. Of course, I probably just missed him. Okay, you don't want to go up the ladder today or what? Oh, I know where I didn't check. I didn't check the Asian garden. Huh. Where is this guy? I'll be so mad if I got all these bugs out and I can't sell them. Oh, in Germany, you're just not getting up? I can't believe I can't find this guy. Only place I haven't been is down this coast. There he is. Let me talk to him. Tilt my view. What's that gonna do? Short. Alright, I'm short. You see me crying, don't let it get you down. You see me crying, back to the life you found. Honey, what you done to your head? Honey, that's the way that says. Honey, what you done to your head? Honey, that's the way that. Let's sell these really quick, make some money. You see me crying, and I'm leaving now. Honey, what you done to 40? 40, baby. You see me cry. Yes, Joy, I took my medicine. And I even got up at a pretty good time today, too. Oh, you trying to get rid of me already? Damn. She's like, you gotta go. Go to bed early. Go lay down for 5 hours and never sleep. I don't want to interrupt your yoga, sorry. Ooh, vibrant shorts. What we got going here? I think they're green, aren't they? Winter's over, baby. It's gonna start getting colder now in Australia and warmer in North America. Honey, what's he done? Hey. Honey, what's the way I see? You're not my mother. I got you blushed there. But I can't listen to it. The screaming, banshee wailing of moms. I'm just kidding. Oh, man. 43 degrees. What are you going to be doing in the heat? Holy smokes. In the air, I guess I'd be living it up in the AC too. Nothing seen. Alright, so let me put my links back in then for YouTube and Twitch. Make sure you follow, subscribe, like, whatever. Don't forget we put up a new short today. We owned it in this game yesterday. The spa day, huh? Nice. So it probably means no snowflakes anymore either, huh? 21 spaces left. Oh man, I need to get some space. But I get 4,000 spaces in a few days. And it's a free upgrade, isn't it? For Switch 2 users, I think. And then $5 or something for the DLC or something like that. Isn't the first day of spring in March? When is the first day of spring in 2026? I'm not sure. March 20th. In Animal Crossing, winter ends in the Northern Hemisphere on February 24th with snow melting and spring beginning the next day. In Southern Hemisphere concludes on August 24th. So you got till February 24th. How do you get... Wait a minute. How do you... I don't think that's gonna work. We'll come back and check it. Yeah. Is Penelope singing too? Nope. Alright, I'm about to say, because I was like, time for you to go. The busted Joyce house leaves in 20 minutes, you singing. Well, it's going to rain all week, so I don't have any snow to send you a picture of. That's what you're asking. No. Oh, man. Me get a ball into that hole. You're the one who gets me in there. If you love me, would you call me a social parasite? And who's the one to tell me what is wrong and right? Easy to fall into that hole. Uh-oh. Ad break. The one who gets me in there. If you love me, would you call me a social parasite? And who's the one to tell me whether it's wrong or right? Might be the ocean sound. Who's that over there catching nuggets? Catching nuggies. Oh, I'm lurking. Well, thank you for the lurk. Hi, I am lurking. Here, Joy, let me show you how to catch a treasure chest. Nope. Junk thong. Let's go. Skateboard, even better. No, I don't know. I don't think skateboards are junk. I think I cut back on me, didn't he? If you love me, would you call me so parasite? And who's the one to tell me whether it's wrong or right? If you love me, would you call me so parasite? Audie was just out, wasn't she? Yeah, I should go to bed soon, huh? Alright, so I need to come up with a prompt for Wednesday for the Bad Artist stream along. Or for Friday's Bad Artist stream along, which is my stream anniversary. Friday. So we are doing it on Friday. Look at that snowman. He's upside down. Look at that sinner. He would have been perfect. Oh, man. Good God. My daddy was a trucker. Left home when I was 3. He went in Dallas. And there was Mom and me. We always wanted a daughter. For what he got. Me, I ain't but a real man. They say I'm not. I'm the queen of the rodeo. That makes me mad too, that snowman. I had that. Well, I'm going to stream either way that day, so it doesn't matter what I'm doing. I don't have anything planned. That's what you're talking about. If you want to spend it with me, you can spend it with me. If you don't, don't. Your choice. I get it. It's cool. I smoke too much. Oh, that guy's got lights on the back of his head. A robot octopus. Look, this is when you try to get your leg over in public and you can't get over to the right, even though this bench is 2 seats. Look at that. Oh, you want me to reduce the cost of my buttons, huh? Joy's got better buttons. Oh, yeah. Gigi's buttons, nah, gonna cost you a fortune. Because people tend to push them when I'm in the middle of something good and I don't hear it. I can already hear your tune calling me across the room. When the world and his wife are on my back again. Not enough pleasure, too much pain. With me. Let's go now. Out of my mind completely. Yeah, I'm waiting for the answer on that one. Because I know what I would say. All the walls are tumbling down. Stop staring at the ground. I can practically see your face. And another revolutionary falls from grace. Every thunder in your brain. Not enough sunshine, too much rain. Some change from the meter. When a king of spits will come, selling blood by the liter. Nothing's sacred anymore. When the demon's knocking on your door, you'll still be staring down at the floor. Oh, come on. Out from this out so long. The storm comes, or is it just another shower? Well, you can't have everything now, can we? Would I ever be that cheeky, Joy? Second thoughts, don't answer that. Replying to what are you saying, Dark? Am I cheap? But the question would be, does your first thought answer that? The album this hour so long. The storm comes. Is it just another shower? It was softwood, wasn't it? So long. Yeah, I got it right. Rain has come, or is it just another a shower. Yeah, I can't believe it's my stream anniversary. Guess we better go sell our bugs and then call it a night, huh? All your weight, it falls on me, it brings me down. All your weight, it brings me, it falls on me. I think it's 40-40, isn't it? Oh, or 52-30. No, wait. 52360. Say you want to move. Say you want to move. Ah, crap. She's going to stay. What kind of friend is she? She should go. Lay down. I think that's right, because I think it said 52, 320. Ooh, I can't remember. It's 230. Well, we're gonna leave it there. All right, that'll help me get a decision. Oh, Joy, you're so mean to me. If you love me, you'd come and take her. But I get it. That's fine. I get it. I'll just sit here and at least I've got Isabel. There you go. Think of that mist spraying Giggy down like a flower. One more. There you go. There you go. Hey, it's 42 degrees. A little mist never hurts. Maybe get out the baby oil and get a nice sunburn. Or you want to peel your skin off like you're in a frying pan the next day. That would have been our generation to lay out and baby oil the crap out of ourselves. When you think about that. Man, can you remember those days? And for you, it would have been budgie smugglers and baby oil. Just picture that for a minute. And now run to the restroom and be sick. She said, no. Oh, you already pictured it. You got the perfect blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy in mind, too. You pictured it. Well, how about this one? She woke up in mid-afternoon, 'cause that's when it all hurt the most. Seems I never see anyone at the party, and I'm always the host. If dreams were like movies, then memories are films about ghosts. And we'll never escape, looking on down the coast. I am an idiot walking. Oh, I didn't roll prompts, did I? Well, I probably should call it a night. Hold on, let me do it tomorrow. Remind me tomorrow to roll prompts for. Oh, you'll be driving. You won't be able to see the stream tomorrow, huh? You're going home. Going home to cook dinner. It never glared off into the distance, then your life is a shame. Oh, maybe I'll just go sit in a parking lot and eat Macca's tomorrow. Hey, Mrs. Potter, don't go. Hey, Mrs. Potter, I know I love. Hey, Mrs. Potter, won't you talk to me? You already packed your tings? Just don't forget to put your brush, your hairbrush, and your toothbrush in later. Memory of the sorrow it brings. Yeah, we should probably call it a night. All right, folks, we're gonna call it a night. I gotta get some sleep or something, or think about it. Or go draw for an hour or two. I do that. I sit there with my tablet and draw for hours. Of course, I had to just charge my pen though. Remember what she said. Thank you for the reminder. Well, if your mother didn't remind you to put on clean drawers every time you went down the road and got in an accident, you never know to put on clean drawers every day. There's Will Junkie in there, river instead. All right, everybody, get your fishing in. Let me see. Maybe I'll drop you guys off somewhere tonight. Oh, Kamei's doing a charity mug crafting night. Crochet snowflakes and some. I'll take you over there. We haven't been there. Maybe I can just sit here. I'm just dropping them off. get the raid message here. Company. Grocery store tomorrow. Stuff more coffee. I'm getting decaf coffee so I can have an extra coffee at night. Oh, I need my fix. And I should get some new tea. I need a new tea. I need to get an orange pico. Well, I head to the... Oh, did it finish? Alright. Alright, everybody. Don't forget to eat something good. Have fun. All that fun. Oh, whoops. Bangers on... I always got bangers on the list, baby. That's what Gigi does best. No, yeah, no, I don't have bangers on the list. I'll have to put it on there. Now, for you guys, bangers is... See, mine will be like Italian sauce. I don't know if we... I'll have to just get a nice, simple Italian sausage. No spice, but whatever. Yeah, that's on there. There's the glass on this morning. Well, that means my next art stream will be my first drawing of the year, huh? Ooh, Friday, anniversary, first drawing of the year. I know, and cause I have been there before. Alright, everybody, we're going to roll over to some Committee Soul Tamer. Don't forget to say hi, all that fun jazz. We'll see everybody tomorrow. Roughly, I don't know, after appointments. But we'll head over there. So everybody have a good night, eat something good. Say hi to your friends, whatever, loved ones, etc. Eat something good. We'll see you again soon. We're rolling over here.